From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to our Sunday stream on Twitch, YouTube, and also on Twitter. Going to be doing a bit of just chatting, some video reacts to some rather fun and interesting things. We certainly had our share of fun yesterday with Arsenio and with Rosso playing buckshot roulette, and before that we had we kind of had a travel theme going on yesterday. Well, today video reacts going to be a little bit different, covering some different subjects. Annie, hello, good to see you, and Jevadan, thank you for checking in as well. Welcome in everybody over on the Twitch side, welcome in on YouTube, and also welcome to all of you who happen to be watching on Twitter/X, whichever you prefer to call it. I myself prefer to stick with Twitter. But yeah, it's going to be a rather fun day today, and I'm going to be talking about some things I think are just perfect for a Sunday. And give me just a moment, chat. I forgot to post this over to Blue Sky. I put it everywhere else and I forgot about Blue Sky. Don't want to neglect. Oh dear Lord, and I misspelled Twitch. Well, at least I got YouTube right. Oh, goodness gracious. This has not gone well. I really need to make sure I type this out in something first, like Notepad or Google Docs or something before posting this up. I feel so silly now. Did I at least get it right over on Twitter? Yes, I did. Right, so that means I've got to go back and... Come on, keyboard, work with me here, please. There we are. Where else did I put it? I work the circuit of self-promo boards trying to post all of this. God, this is a pain in the ass. Of course, I've got one server that says, no, this doesn't go in self-promo, this needs to go into streaming plug. That just sounds like it's making things excessively complicated. Let, thank you for subscribing over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Let me see what else I... And it figures that the alert did not fire off in my own server. Well, this is lovely. Bear with me, chat. Trying to fix some things here. We're going to be able to get to most places, but not all. Anyways, how is everyone doing? How is your Sunday going? Okay, I think we've got it fixed now. Maybe. Anyways, thank you all for staying with me here. Sorry about that. One little typo in a web address, and all of a sudden, nobody can get access to your stream. But anyways, we are live on Twitch, on YouTube, and also on Twitter. So welcome in, everybody. Let me... Hopefully all of my links are going to work on... Yes. Okay, well, they at least work on... They at least work on Twitter. But anyways, the website is lordrexworth.com. Lordrexworth.com is the website. Do make sure that you give me a follow across all platforms there. You'll find everything. Twitter, Twitch, Kick, Rumble, YouTube. Everything. Also, my comms are open. Do make sure that you visit my coffee page. And then we've also got the link for the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, do feel free. It's open to anyone age 18 or over. And last but not least, there's the throne page. Right. So, I had posted something in the Castle Rexworth Discord a while back. I believe I put that under music, yes. And it's something I wanted to cover because it was important to me. And it still is important to me. But I told everyone I've yet to find any VTuber willing to talk about and do video reacts on the subject of classical music. But after spending nearly 2 hours talking about a tweet thread on classical art and architecture, I believe it only natural that a discussion on the subject of classical music, one that is a learning journey or quest for knowledge, is the logical next step in the content that is covered on this stream. It's also a way of being the change I want to see in the world in response to what is just absolute brain rot that has permeated our platforms and culture. But it's something that probably I should not attempt to do alone, and instead get some help from great content creators out there. And also start with some of the legends, including a legendary maestro, one who popularized teaching young people all about classical music. And there's a gentleman by the name of Leonard Bernstein. I don't know if any of you know who Leonard Bernstein was, but quite a prolific conductor and composer. I mean, just a titan of a man, with energy levels that just off the wall. There was a great movie that was released within the past year or so, starring and directed by Bradley Cooper, called Maestro, which was somewhat of a biopic about Bernstein. But, well, let's just switch over here. We need to switch over. But I want to show you the essence of who Leonard Bernstein was. Let me open this up real quick. This was a YouTube video that's just if it'll cooperate with me. Right, now I'm going to pause the music, our stream music here, because we need to do that. This is a clip of Leonard Bernstein conducting, I believe it is, yes. This is archival footage from 1973, so this is over 50 years ago. It's been recently restored. Footage of Leonard Bernstein leading the London Symphony Orchestra in the finale of Gustav Mahler's Second Symphony, with accompaniment by soprano Sheila Armstrong, mezzo-soprano Janet Baker, and the Edinburgh Festival Chorus at Ely Cathedral in Cambridgeshire. Just watch this and listen as well. Let me bring the audio up just a bit more. This is good. You have to see this. You have to hear this, chat. That's the Discord audio. We want the browser audio. Rex, come on. You've done all this before. There we go. Unmute the audio. Let's get back to the beginning. Okay. Now, watch. absolutely brilliant. I'm just... That performance at Ely Cathedral 50 years ago is regarded as one of the greatest performances of classical music of all time. I mean, you could tell Bernstein put his entire heart and soul, every last bit of energy that he had within him, all of his essence, he put into conducting that orchestra. The London Symphony, one of the best of the best. You have heard them in everything from concerts at the Royal Albert Hall to performances of and recordings of great film soundtracks. I mean, London Symphony Orchestra, they are the ones responsible for the music of Star Wars, the original trilogy. That was them performing, being conducted by John Williams. Mahler's Second Symphony is called the Resurrection Symphony. It's performed in C minor. The imagery in that film that we just saw, there's a reason that the camera panned out from an arch and turned up to sort of do that tracking shot with all of the different images of the life of Christ. Because so often the Resurrection Symphony is associated with the story of the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. I mean, all of the stars just came together and were in alignment just right for something that was just so perfect. I mean, it really was just an absolutely perfect performance by everyone involved. And it was a crown jewel of Bernstein's career. This was a man who had helped to popularize the works of Mahler. Him and some other people, other great conductors like Leopold Stokowski. You may remember him from the first Fantasia movie from Disney. Just absolute masterpieces. And Mahler and Bernstein were sort of kindred spirits in a way, because they poured all of their essence into their work. Their work was their life, and their life was their work. There's something rather interesting about Leonard Bernstein that I was looking into earlier this week. Is the young people's concerts that Bernstein did. And not just the young people's concerts, but also the lectures that he gave at Harvard University, which, by the way, if you were fortunate enough to see him in the flesh. But even now, with the videos that survive long after he has passed on, You are getting an absolute masterclass in music and musical theory. I mean, if you're going to learn from someone, you might as well learn from the best. And personally, I would love to learn music from Leonard Bernstein. I am no musician by any stretch. I've got a bit of a musician's ear, but that's probably just from being trained by many years in radio. But I wanted to do something a bit more highbrow, especially for a Sunday. I felt it most appropriate for a Sunday. And so I thought we might do some video reacts to selections from young people's concerts, taking this from the perspective of a young person who's just learning about music. And that's what these were. These were sort of open matinee-style concerts where families with children could come and learn about music. And Bernstein was not only just a maestro in every sense of the word, but he was also a teacher. And he was a damn good teacher at that. But let's just start with something simple. What does music mean? Now there's a philosophical question if I ever heard one. Let's check it out.
Leonard Bernstein was a force of nature. He loved music, and he wanted everyone else to love it too. I'm Whoopi Goldberg, and let me tell you, being around him was an experience because he hugged everyone, and he was brilliant as a musician and as an ambassador for music. Now, television was just a baby in 1958 when Leonard Bernstein started leading the Young People's Concerts, but he knew what television could do. That's why he insisted that these concerts be on television, because he wanted millions of people to see and hear this music, not just a couple of thousand people in the concert hall.
I can just imagine the pushback that he got from that. Because you have to remember at this time, radio was just starting to get some sort of acceptance by high society. Film and television and certain forms of the stage was still regarded as very déclassé, very lowbrow, very low class. But one of the things that the regulators were quite wise to do, especially in the United States and in the beginning of television, was to require that a certain portion of programming has to be in the public service, almost regarding it as like a public utility. And so teaching people about the arts, if they have access to a television set, well, that was regarded as obviously being in the public service. Because television was, and still is, a powerful teaching tool. Bernstein saw that. That's some incredible foresight on his part. Anyway, let's keep going.
And he wanted to explain it to them in such a way that they would go on exploring it and loving it even after the concert was over.
That's how you know he's done his job. If you're so curious that you want to learn more, that you want to keep going, you want to listen to more classical music, you want to learn more about it, and yeah, just keep going in that journey, then he knows, then you know he's done his job. That's what this is supposed to do, to inspire you to seek more, to ignite your curiosity. We need more of that in this world.
Well, it worked. You would not believe the number of musicians and listeners today who say that Leonard Bernstein and the Young People's Concerts introduced them to music. And it was certainly true of me. So, Let's look past the black and white pictures and the clothes and the hairstyles that make these programs look a little strange and a little antique and hear what Leonard Bernstein and his orchestra, the New York Philharmonic, have to say about music and what it means. Because Leonard Bernstein did this better than anyone.
Well, I think we're all capable of looking past the vintage look and the black and white imagery. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of you would rather find that rather cool. I know I do.
For instance, if I play a note on the piano, just one note, and I hold it a long time, that has no meaning at all, has it? But let's say I play the note and then I move to another note. Right away there's a meaning we can't name, a sort of stretch, a pulling, a pushing, something like that, but it's there. And the meaning is in the way those two notes move, and it makes something happen inside of you. If I move from that first note to another note, like this, the meaning changes. Something else happens inside of you. The stretch is bigger somehow and stronger. Now this note, for instance, means one thing with this chord under it. And it makes you feel a certain way. And it means something completely different with this chord under it. And it makes you feel another way. Then with this chord under it, it means something else. Or with this chord. And each way, each different chord makes you feel a different way. Now, what about these notes? Do you know what these notes are? What's that? Right. Okay.
That's the, for those of you who don't know, those are the chords for the theme to Dragnet, which was an old police procedural on television and also on radio back in the 1950s and into the 1960s. It starred Jack Webb as Detective Joe Friday, and normally if you hear dun, 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 then that was the sound of, oh dear, the police are coming. You better hope that you're not doing anything wrong, because otherwise they're going to get their man.
Well, now they mean something exciting and spooky is going to happen, like Dragnet. But if I take the same notes and just play them in a different way, they'll mean something else. Silly. It just...
That almost sounds like a saloon. We're taking Dragnet back in time to the days of the Wild Wild West, you know? Detective Joe Friday is more like Marshal Joe Friday, and teaming up with Marshal Dillon to bring law to the lawless Wild West.
Light and silly, and they're the same notes. So you see, the meaning of music is in music. It's in the melodies and the rhythms and the harmonies and the way it's orchestrated. And most important of all, in the way it develops itself. But that's a whole other program. We'll talk about that some other time. Right now, all you have to know is that music has its own meanings right there for you to find inside the music itself. And you don't need any stories or any pictures to tell you what it is. If you like music at all, you'll find out the meanings for yourselves just by listening to it.
Quite right. I mean, we think about music, and that's, what is it? It's an emotional response. I mean, that finale to Mahler's Second that we heard earlier, there was such power and majesty to all of it, and you know, even listening to it myself a few times this week, I found myself being rather emotionally moved by that. Even getting a bit misty-eyed. You know, I'm not ashamed to admit it brought a tear to my eye. Because it really is rare. You almost have to go back to the Baroque era to find, or to certain composers in the Romantic era, to find classical works that really just seem to embody the glory of God. That's hard to pull off. And I think Mahler was one of the last people in recent history to do something like that. Oh, here's a more fundamental question. What is classical music?
What is classical music? Well, it turns out to be a very misused term. In this concert, Bernstein ends up answering a different question and takes a quick but comprehensive romp through music history in the process. By the end, you'll know the difference between Bach and Brahms, and you'll understand that writing a fugue is like building a Ferris wheel. That's a typical kind of Bernstein connection. And
there's a lot of moving parts that go into a fugue. A fugue, for those of you who don't know, for those of you who may not be trained in any sort of music theory, a fugue is basically overlapping melodies. Like, you think of like Bach's Toccata Fugue in D minor, especially once they get to the fugue portion. You'll hear it. It's multiple overlapping melodies that just sort of build on each other, layer and layer and layer, and sort of weave throughout that portion of the work to the very end.
Makes perfect sense. By the way, he wrote all the scripts for these concerts himself and chose the music. The concerts were recorded live. On Saturday mornings, Bernstein would have a rehearsal with the orchestra at 8 a.m., a dress rehearsal at 10 a.m., and the concert was at noon. Talk about a tough schedule. And there's another bit of...
Normally you're rehearsing for like at least a week or two before you do anything like that. That is a very tight schedule.
Of musical history that you may have noticed already. Along with the strange glasses on the musicians, you have probably noticed that other than a harpist who shows up occasionally, you don't see any women in this orchestra.
No, that was also another thing. The idea of women being a part of a symphony orchestra is a fairly recent phenomenon. Most of their roles were confined to, as Whoopi Goldberg says here, as harpists. You can even go and watch the original Fantasia, which was a film made about 10, 20 years earlier. It was released in 1940. And you'll notice with the footage of the orchestra, they're all men. The only women are the harpists. Everyone else is a man. And the idea of women being anything other than a harpist, or something to that effect, there was a lot of like extreme conservatism, at least by our standards back then. There was a negative reaction to the idea of more women being in these positions. I know that Leopold Stokowski, he wanted more women in these positions, and it wasn't to do with any sort of quota. It wasn't to do with any sort of social justice nonsense or anything like that. It was because men like Bernstein and Stokowski saw tremendous raw talent in a lot of female musicians. And for that, the establishment in classical music and in the music scene, they oftentimes would just attack them relentlessly. I know that Stokowski in particular, during his lifetime, received a lot of criticism, and some of it not so obvious, but done in a way to sort of disparage him and his character, because of the simple fact that he wanted more female musicians. And the establishment within certain spheres of influence in the music scene, they did not want that. They wanted this to be a protected boys' club. But men like Stokowski said, no, we've got extremely talented female musicians here that would be a wonderful addition to our orchestras. We should give them a chance. Again, not trying to set up a quota system, not trying to not trying to push some sort of agenda. It was strictly a content of character and a matter of raw talent. They just saw good, raw talent in musicians that happen to be female. But there was still a bit of a glass ceiling to be broken through back in the 40s and then the 50s, as we'll see here.
There were no full-time women players in it before 1966. That was probably a function of the times, and I'm glad to report that those times have changed. There are lots of women in today's New York Philharmonic and in most other orchestras around the world as well. Not to take away anything from the guys of a few decades ago. I'm sure you'll agree that they played very, 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 very well. But it's always good to have a woman in the orchestra.
I mean, if they're good, they're good.
Now,
Let
the
them
two
in.
giant musical names of these first 50 years of the 18th century were Bach and Handel. Especially Bach, because he took all the rules that the composers who lived before him had been experimenting with and fiddling with, and he made those rules as perfect as a human being can make them. For instance, take that form called the fugue. Now, the rules of a fugue are something like the printed directions you get when you buy an erector set. They tell you exactly how to build a house or a fire truck or a Ferris wheel.
Those of you who don't know what an erector set is, it is a series of metal panels and nuts and bolts that you put together following a set of instructions, as Bernstein said, and that eventually forms something resembling a fire truck or a house or whatever. Think of it almost like a Lego set, except it's all metal.
You start a Ferris wheel by attaching one metal section to another on the floor. Then you add one exactly 4 notches higher, and then another 5 notches higher than that, and so on. Then you make the wheel that goes around the whole construction. Well, now that's just what Bach does in a fugue. Take this one, for instance, from his 4th Brandenburg Concerto. He lays the foundation for his Ferris wheel by starting with the viola. Now that's the first section. Then he adds the second section by a violin, exactly 4 notches higher, which means, in musical terms, 4 notes higher and 4 bars later. Now the third piece is attached by another violin 5 notches higher.
Just gets higher and higher and higher as you go along.
And the 4th piece by the cello and the bass way down underneath. And finally, the 5th piece is put into place by the flute way up on top. Now the foundation is built, and Bach can start surrounding it with his wheel. Now, the wonderful thing about that foundation is that it's not just 5 separate bits, one at a time. They're all joined together, which means that whenever a new instrument is added, the others still go on playing something else. So that by the time the 5th piece is attached, by the flute, you have 5 different parts all going at once, just as the 5 different pieces of the erector set are all joined together at once. Now listen.
Overlapping melodies, just like we said. I also have to think how much of a benefit this is, not just to the audience that at, I believe this is at Carnegie Hall, people young and old, men and women alike, learning about all of this. But you also have to think about the gentlemen in the New York Philharmonic here, who are hearing all of this. And I mean, a lot of these old boys, they've been around the block. They know what they're doing. They've got years of practice doing this sort of thing. And yet, I can't help but think of the American football coach Vince Lombardi and his approach coaching the Green Bay Packers every year he would go back to basics. He noticed there was a problem with his team, that they were just having these cock-ups in the middle of their football season that were sort of unforced errors, you know, almost like rookie mistakes that you would not expect from veteran players. And so he decided one day to just go back to the basics with all those lads. And he started out with, "Gentlemen, this is a football." And from there, built up from the basics and just had them do all this stuff over and over again, because sometimes a bit of remedial learning on the basics is necessary. So I tend to imagine that there's some benefit for all these blokes here to get out of all of this. They are going back to basics, hearing Maestro Bernstein going on about, you know, what is classical music and what are the basic elements of a fugue. This has got to be helpful for them as well, I can imagine. And I can also imagine that this made them even better musicians as a result. Because sometimes, yes, you can forget the basics. Sometimes you do need some remedial learning. And it just helps to have a refresher from time to time. So this is something that, when you think about it, it really benefited everyone. The people in the audience, who some of them had no idea about the fundamentals of classical music, or some of them knew a bit about it, but it had been years since they'd been in a music class. And then everybody in the orchestra pit, who knew this stuff by heart, who could play all of this music in their sleep practically. It still helps to reinforce their craft, their trade. Just learning about the basics. Anyways, enough tangenting. Let's go on.
To it all together. Isn't that marvelous? You see, that's classical perfection.
Yes. No, that was brilliant. Let's see, that was January 24th, 1959. Originally broadcast on the CBS television network in the United States. Amazing. Ah, here's a good one. What is orchestration?
An orchestra is a big playground for composers and conductors. And Leonard Bernstein is going to take us on a tour of it. In this concert, the great thing about his tour is that he starts where most other people would finish. The trick, as he explains it, is to pick the right instruments in the right combinations to get the effect you want, rather than getting a big mess. Now, on stage, all of the instruments are supposed to get along nicely. They're not supposed to drown each other out. That's why you need 35 violins to balance a couple of trombones. I'm going to use that in my work.
In theory, that's how it's supposed to work. Sometimes it doesn't quite work out that way. And that, I believe, is the importance of having a good conductor who can sort of spot those issues and say, oi, 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 horns, you're coming in a bit loud, you're drowning out everybody else. Let's soften that up a bit. Very good. Okay, once more from the top.
Now, that's pretty hard to do. Because just think what a composer has to know before he can orchestrate a piece he's written. First, he has to understand how to handle each instrument separately. He has to know what it can do and what it can't do, what its lowest note is and what its highest note is, what its good notes are and its not so good notes, and all the different kinds of sounds it can make. Then, on top of that, he has to understand how to handle all kinds of different instruments together, to blend them and balance them and mix them. He has to be careful that some instruments, which are bigger and louder, like the trombone, don't drown out the littler, softer instruments like the flute. You see, that's easy to drown out. Then he has to be careful that the percussion section doesn't drown out the strings, for example. See, that would be very easy to drown out. Then he has to be careful about mixing the instruments so that they don't get all muddied up together and all kinds of problems like that.
And it's even more complicated with modern sound engineering and modern recordings of an orchestra, or, you know, be it a symphony orchestra, a philharmonic, or just a session orchestra. Because then the engineers working in the background have also got to do their part to make sure that all of these channels are kept reasonably separate from each other, not overlapping too much with one another, and mix that just right to where the finished product on a piece of recorded media, be it a vinyl record, a compact cassette tape, a compact disc, or even just a FLAC file or an MP3, a WAV file, that it still sounds good. You know, there's plenty of live performances that have been captured on microphone. They sound great in person, but then the microphones weren't placed right, or the levels were off, or, you know, it wasn't mixed properly, and so the recorded version sounds like shit. And then you've also got studio productions where they have an orchestra. They're in a recording studio, big, huge soundproof room. Certain instruments, you know, percussion and whatnot, are sort of cordoned off from the rest to keep from drowning out. Same thing with vocals, perhaps. They might be in their own separate booth altogether. And again, if it's not mixed right, if something's a bit too loud or not loud enough, something's going to be off. It's not going to sound right, and people aren't going to like it. And people can be quite unforgiving about that sort of thing. They can forgive poor visuals, but they are not so willing to forgive poor sound. Something that assaults the ear like that tends to trigger a visceral reaction in a lot of people.
The biggest problem he has is to choose, the problem of choice. Imagine yourself sitting down to orchestrate a piece you've written, and there are 107 instruments sitting there waiting for you to decide who should play when and what. You know how hard it is sometimes to decide something like, what would I rather have for Christmas, a pair of skates or a bicycle or whatever it is? Sometimes it takes you days or weeks to make up your mind. Well, imagine how hard it is for a composer to make up his mind and choose not between two things, like a pair of skates and a bicycle, but among all those instruments, to say nothing of the hundreds and millions of possible combinations of those instruments.
It's not just combinations of instruments. Sometimes, with certain composers, they never get the opportunity to make that decision. That opportunity never comes. Modest Mussorgsky is one that springs to mind. You may remember him as the composer for A Night on Bald Mountain, for Pictures in an Exhibition. Pictures at an Exhibition in particular was one that he composed on the piano and did not live long enough to see it be orchestrated. Instead, it was some of his contemporaries and colleagues that had to do it for him. Ravel has one of the most widely circulated orchestrations that is performed by orchestras all around the world. And most often, if you listen to it, like say on Spotify, for example, you'll probably be listening to the Ravel orchestration. Ravel being famous for performing, for composing the piece known as Bolero. You know, da 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 da. Da 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 da. There are other orchestrations, though. There was actually one that was created by Leopold Stokowski. Gosh, I'm trying to remember when he did that one. It may have been in the 1930s, maybe. It could have been as early as the 1920s. I can't remember. I know it had a much more lush, almost film-like approach to it. If not conducted properly, and if the orchestra is not in proper sync with each other, it can become a bit of a cacophonous mess towards the end. And I have heard certain re-recordings by other orchestras, led by other conductors, that they tried as hard as they could, but they just could not really hold it together all that well. But as you go back and you listen to the Stokowski conducting his own orchestration, and that is precision, that is discipline, that is an almost controlled sense of chaos, especially to the finale of Pictures in an Exhibition, which is The Great Gate of Kiev. That one can be hard to kind of hold together. And so it takes the discipline of a good conductor, but also the discipline of the members of the orchestra to keep all of that from degenerating into, as I said, a cacophonous mess. And then there's another one, an orchestration by Douglas Gamley. Gamley being, I believe he was a composer for a lot of Hollywood motion pictures. Then he had a chance to record an album of classical music. And so he decided to take his own approach to scoring of The Great Gate of Kiev, not as part of the entire Pictures in an Exhibition suite, but rather just on its own. And so he came up with this interesting intro with a lot of percussion, very low, and you hear chimes. And then all of a sudden, the orchestra just starts up and a bum, 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 bum. And he had, gosh, I can't remember the orchestra that he did it with, but he had the Ambrosia Singers as part of a choral portion, which I don't think that was part of the original composition by Mussorgsky. Hello there, just doing some yard work when I'm here. Welcome, Rosso. Welcome, welcome. I don't think that was part of the original composition, but it was added in by Gamley, and that's what happens sometimes with orchestration, is that they take a few liberties here and there. But it worked. And it was rather haunting as well. You know, they sort of repeated a few lines before moving on to the next little bit, and it just, I don't think we can play it here because it would it would get a copyright strike. But this is it sounds absolutely marvelous. Personally, I should love to see someone take the Stokowski and Gamley orchestrations and sort of combine them into one, because both of them have these wonderful elements that I think are rather they're missing from the Ravel orchestration. Ravel is very, I don't know, especially the way it's performed, it just seems so almost clinical and procedural, and just it lacks a lot of dramatic oomph that the Stokowski and Gamley performances tend to have. You know, there are times in Stokowski's orchestration of Pictures in an Exhibition that it almost sounds like this horror movie, an old horror movie, you know, an old black and white horror movie. There's portions that they'll give you chills. It almost establishes this feeling of terror. Other portions that just are so emotional and just rather sad. Yeah, there's a lot more emotion in those particular orchestrations compared to Ravel's take on Mussorgsky. Let's see, what else do we have here from Maestro Bernstein? What is a concerto? Very fundamental question, isn't it?
This program is close to my heart because, of course, I'm a concert violinist and I play a lot of concertos. I played my first one by Bach when I was 6. You'll get to hear a movement from one of my favorites, the Mendelssohn Concerto, in this concert. I played the Mendelssohn for the first time when I was 12. It's often one of the first concertos that kids play, but it's a big one for adult violinists too because it's so beautifully written for the instrument, and you find more and more in it as you grow older. I'm sure that's why Leonard Bernstein chose it. I still play it a lot, and I've even written my own cadenza for it. But one lonely violinist standing up in front of the orchestra is just one kind of concerto, as Bernstein explains in this concert. He takes the whole idea back to the beginning, and even takes on the soloist's role himself. In many of the young people's concerts, Bernstein gives examples at the piano, but this time he actually conducts while playing the harpsichord. It's quite a feat, though musicians in earlier centuries did it all the time.
Yeah, that's actually quite rare these days. Usually you've got one person on the piano or harpsichord and one person conducting the orchestra. When they were able to do both at the same time, I can imagine that the orchestra size was a lot smaller. But yeah, nowadays orchestras are about approximately 100 pieces or more. They're massive organizations. They're very large, and so that many people that many artists to manage can be, well, it can be like herding cats sometimes, can't it? So yeah, they could probably do more than one thing at the same time because there was fewer people to manage. Not only that, but probably didn't have the resources to go out and pay somebody to do one thing, pay somebody to do something else.
I think I'll stick to the violin.
Yes.
But a great composer writes concertos that can show off the soloist beautifully and can also be great music at the same time. Now, at the risk of turning this program into a violin festival, we're going to play you an example of a great violin concerto by Mendelssohn. We're going to play you the last movement. Now, here at last
Concerto in E
stands
minor.
the virtuoso's star in all his solitary splendor in the person of John Corigliano, who's been working very hard today. What you will hear is music that makes a perfect combination of the violinistic element, the flash and all the rest, and serious great music. The orchestra, as you see, is by now practically full size, and they have much more interesting things to do than simply accompanying the big shot. But then the soloist has such difficult, fancy things to do himself that it evens out the balance. So here's the climax of our Corigliano Festival, the last movement of the Mendelssohn Violin Concerto.
Takes me back to my days in elementary school when I played the violin. And yes, I did play the violin back in my primary school days. Incredible speed. This makes me want to pick up the violin again. Almost. I think I will, I think safe to say I will leave that in the hands of the experts. But anyways, that is just a bit of a taste of who Leonard Bernstein is. Oh yes, by the way, those of you who may be fans of the musical West Side Story, yeah, that was Leonard Bernstein who composed that. Incredible, isn't it? Man who conducted the New York Philharmonic for many years, who was responsible for some of the greatest recordings of classical music in the 20th century. He also composed Broadway musicals. I want to go back to the second piece, the Second Symphony by Mahler. There's a couple of really good videos I found about it. This is a good one, Inside the Score, asking why listen to Mahler. And it tells a fascinating story about the life of Gustav Mahler. Let's take a look.
Gustav Mahler wrote some of the most intense, powerful, and large-scale symphonies in all of music history. This moment from his Second Symphony is like experiencing the Big Bang, an explosion of incredible force that gives birth to a spring of new musical life. It's as though dawn is...
But enough about Gustav Holst and the planets. Two Gustavs here, and we're talking about Mahler, not Holst.
rising on a new world of musical thought. It was Mahler himself who said, "A symphony must be like the world. It must embrace everything." And if anyone could write a symphony of planetary proportions, it was Gustav Mahler. Throughout his career, Mahler pushed all kinds of musical qualities to their max. Emotional expression, the length of his works, the massive size of his orchestras, the sheer loudness and quietness of his music, his use of tonality and dissonance, his motivicism, all these musical qualities were pushed towards their absolute limits. And yet, that's only a small part of the whole story. So I want to tell you why you should listen to Gustav Mahler and how his music could change your life.
He was
Let's
got title, he
start
was.
at the beginning.
That's a good place to start.
The first symphony begins with the orchestra holding the note A over a range 7 octaves deep. It creates this bottomless well of sound, from which emerges birdsong and distant fanfares. And then finally, the dawn of spring. Mahler was born in 1860 in Czechia.
I hear some of this in the background, and I think of all of these legendary and even epic scores for Hollywood movies. And then I also think that this is where they got it from. And for some of the great composers from like the golden age of Hollywood, that's not too far off the mark, because some of them were contemporaries and colleagues of a lot of famous 19th and 20th century classical composers. I'm trying to remember who all they might have worked with. There's one in particular. I think his last name was Steiner. There was also Alfred Newman. I'm trying to remember who all they worked with. Some of them, I think, worked with like Richard Strauss. A few of them, I know some of them were influenced by Wagner. Though I don't think, yeah, Wagner, I think he died before motion pictures really became a thing. Some of them may possibly have been influenced by him. Though given some of the problematic associations between Wagner and anti-Semitism, a lot of them are rather reluctant to even admit that sort of thing. I don't know. That's a rabbit hole I would love to go down to find out which composers of classical music influenced which composers of Hollywood film scores. We'll have to go down that rabbit hole another time. Let's keep going with this.
To a Jewish family. He actually enjoyed great success in life, not as a composer, but as a conductor. He was arguably one of the most prolific conductors of his time, and enjoyed a career of relative superstardom, holding major conducting posts in Prague, Leipzig, Budapest, Hamburg, Vienna, and in the final years of his life, New York City. It was maybe through his conducting
incredible
that he learned
orchestras
to write
there, all
for
of
orchestra with this fresh, modern sound that we already hear in his first symphony. Here is the dawn of something new, a sonic soundscape which would have a huge influence over future composers. And yet, his childhood was not so glittering. He was the second of 14 children, but 8 of his siblings died in childhood. He grew up.
Sadly, that was more common than we realize. The idea of safe childbirths, where a woman's life is not in danger, is actually a relatively recent phenomenon in modern medicine. As far as like the first half of the 20th century, it was still quite the risk for women to die in childbirth, for a variety of different complications. But this is why you see rather large families, because not only is there risk to the mother and her health, but public health wasn't so great back in those days, and so not uncommon for several of your siblings to pass away. And, yeah, so sort of had to, keep doing the deed in order to keep having children replace those that might be lost. It's a rather cold and clinical way of putting it, but the reality is no less true.
Up in a house rife with domestic abuse. One story, documented by Sigmund Freud, tells of how Mahler, unable to stand his parents' violent arguments, ran out into the streets, where he was confronted by noisy street groups, military bands, and performers playing silly nursery songs. Overwhelmed by the clashing of music and his high emotions, he fainted in the streets.
Dear Lord. I can't imagine what that must be like. That sort of sensory overload. You know, we have so much high levels of consciousness and awareness now of, people who are neurodivergent, who are quite easily overwhelmed by that sort of thing. Back then, they had no concept of that, except to, say that is overwhelmed by high emotions and fainted as a result because they were just, whipped up into histrionics. But also, the whole reference, I believe that Mahler and Sigmund Freud knew each other, if I'm not mistaken. Well, yeah, think of that. It's like, oh yeah, Mahler is just talking to his good friend Sigmund Freud the other day about his childhood and blah, 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 and is, talking about this memory of his that he was running out into the streets, and there was all this cacophony of noise from groups and bands and, nursery songs, and everything was just, clashing together, and emotions were running high, and he fainted as a result. It's just like, to us, these names of people who are larger than life, we almost can't seem to fathom that sort of thing nowadays.
We can often hear this psychological trauma in his music, how moments of high emotional intensity are suddenly interrupted by grotesque or vulgar outbursts of brass bands or street songs.
And perhaps it was Mahler's way of dealing with this psychological trauma, because Lord knows they didn't have any medications or therapies or anything like that to deal with this. He poured everything into his work, into his compositions. Which then again, that may still be the just the ticket for a lot of people these days, rather than medication and intense psychotherapy and all like that. Not that there's not a need for that still. Certainly it has its place, but I think we can see now the benefit of art therapy, which from the sound of it is exactly what Mahler spent most of his life doing, was art therapy, putting all of his trauma into his music, and sort of building his life's work around that. All because the poor little boy version of Gustav was in an abusive home and just wanted to get away from all of that, and in his quest to escape, with a fight or flight response choosing flight, he only becomes surrounded by something that is an assault on his senses, and is so overwhelming that it causes a little boy to faint. What an interesting analysis one could do of the life and the mind of Gustav Mahler. That's just incredible.
Even in his first symphony, we can hear his inner conflict, the adult reflecting on his childhood. We hear an emotional strain of street song, suddenly cut off by Jewish klezmer music. And all of this underpinned by a grotesque, minor key version of a well-known nursery rhyme. But the extraordinary thing about Mahler's...
Frère Jacques. Done by solo double bass.
Early symphonies is how they are not only music, they manage to express some kind of world philosophy, some way of looking at or experiencing the world. His second symphony is known as the Resurrection Symphony. This is one of his most popular works, and it often has a profound effect on people who listen to it. I've actually devoted a whole podcast episode to diving deep into this symphony, and I also talk about it in my free program on where
Discovering Classical Music. Go find that on Spotify or wherever you get your podcast, chat. It's worth your time. Having watched through this video briefly, just to see if it was something I wanted to cover on stream. Yeah, this guy's good. So go subscribe to his podcast. Go support him. This is good stuff.
To start with classical music. If there's one piece of Mahler you should definitely experience in your lifetime, it should be this one. And that's...
It's Mahler's Symphony No. 2, Resurrection. Also available on Spotify or wherever you get your music. Several great performances. I believe the Bernstein performance at Ely Cathedral with the London Symphony is available somewhere on Spotify. Actually, you know what? Let me look at that. Okay. I've got to look this up, chat. This is going to bother me if I don't look it up. Let's see. Mahler Symphony 2. Bernstein. There's at least one or two performances by the New York Philharmonic. I'm having a hard time finding the... Is this it? No, that's the New York Philharmonic as well. Okay, well, you can find performances by the New York Philharmonic, conducted by Leonard Bernstein. Let me see if... No, that's with the Wiener Philharmoniker and Gilbert Kaplan. Where is it? I know they've got to have it somewhere. I believe it's Deutsche Grammophon Records that has the that holds the rights to that particular one. So they released it under their label. I have to look it up, but it's there. I know the video's available somewhere. I think Carnegie Hall has some sort of subscription-based service. It's not too expensive. I think it's no worse than like Crunchyroll, Netflix, Retro Crush, or something like that. You know, so it's like $5-10 a month or something like that. And it's, I don't know. To me, I think it's worth it just to go watch that film. And it would be one of those that I would gladly download from like Google Play or iTunes or something like that to just have the audio version in my permanent collection of music. Or even to see if you can go get a compact disc of it. And then just rip it to your phone. But anyways, Mahler's Symphony No. 2, Resurrection. Listen to the whole thing. It's... God almighty, how long is that thing? I want to say it's about as long as the... Yeah, that is a long one. To give you a sense of perspective, it fills 2 compact discs, chat. That is nearly 90 minutes worth of music. So the entire symphony is about 90 minutes long. I mean, if you're used to seeing some long-form programming, then it might not be so bad. 90 minutes, that's a fairly short feature film. And worst comes to worst, you could just keep it on in the background when you're working or whatever. But yeah, this is one of those pieces that you absolutely have to... Almost like things that you have to experience before you die. Same could be said of Mahler's Second Symphony.
That's the thing. This music is meant to be experienced, not just overheard. Mahler takes us on a journey from death in the first movement through to resurrection in the finale. The finale alone is devastatingly powerful. After some of the largest scale orchestral writing to have ever been composed, we hear the entry of a chorus, at first very hushed, with the words, "Rise again." Yes, you will rise again. What you have longed for is yours. And it goes on. Oh, believe, you were not born in vain. You have not lived and suffered for nothing. What has come into being must go. What is gone will rise again. With wings that I have gained, I shall rise. Over the course of 15 amazing minutes, beautiful. The music and text increase in intensity until the final, astonishing climax. This is not simply a religious symphony. In fact, Mahler was a lifelong agnostic. This is a philosophical work, a way of experiencing the world. And it does need to be experienced for its incredible force of musical power, if for nothing else. The Third Symphony presents another philosophy where Mahler explores the hierarchy of existence, the world, humankind, and eternal love. The order of movements lays out this hierarchy from what the flowers in the meadow tell me, to what the animals in the forest tell me, then what mankind tells me, what the angels tell me, and finally, perhaps most importantly for Mahler's philosophy, what love tells me. This symphony ends here, not with a bang, but with a beautiful, emotionally rich, slow movement, an opportunity for deeper reflection into the nature of humankind and love. In 1895, Mahler's brother Otto committed suicide, an event which is said to have greatly affected Gustav's art and outlook on life. His Fourth Symphony, while smaller in scale, continues Mahler's meditations on life after death. The final movement, titled The Heavenly Life, explores a child's perspective on how heaven should be. However, there seems to be some naive irony in this music. We hear the child describe heaven, but we never quite feel that we belong within it. These first 4 symphonies...
I suppose that's easier than you think to understand, because... we are mortals. We don't belong in heaven, or we're not quite ready for heaven yet. It's not something that mere mortals could understand. But rather as heavenly or supernatural beings, or as souls that have departed the body, that's something that only the human soul can eventually come to understand.
are all programmatic. They all explore narratives or clear philosophical ideas. But although they are now loved by modern audiences, most of Mahler's music was not taken seriously in his lifetime.
Isn't that how it always is for great artists? They're never understood in their lifetime. It only is after their death that people finally begin to have an appreciation for or understand.
He wasn't recognized as a successful composer. With mostly disastrous premieres and poor reviews, his music was often mocked, criticized, and belittled by audience members, other composers, and the press. His conducting career was also berated, partly because of his Jewish background. The anti-Semitic press would constantly harass him and make fun of him, with cartoons mocking his looks and gestures. This cultural anti-Semitism was such a problem that Mahler eventually converted to Catholicism in 1897 in order to secure a top job in Vienna, which he simply wouldn't have been allowed to take on as a Jew. Even there, after conversion, anti-Semitism followed him. The mayor of Vienna even said, "I myself decide who is a Jew and who isn't." And so, Mahler's life was filled with these inner conflicts. Conflicts which you can absolutely hear in his music if you listen closely. Was he a conductor or a composer? Jewish or Catholic? A progressive or a nostalgic? A city dweller or a country lover? In spite of these challenges, there was a line.
It's fairly hard to be both Jewish and Catholic. I can understand the conflict there. But as far as conductor, composer, progressive, nostalgic, city dweller, country lover, you can be both. You can have certain progressive views, but also have a touch of nostalgia and respect and reverence for the past. You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You can be a conductor, and you can also be a composer. Or a composer that happens to also be a conductor. You can have both a love of the country, whilst also enjoying the conveniences and the modernity of the city. There's benefits and beauty to both. And perhaps that was the great struggle of Mahler's life, was seeking balance. Maybe that was fundamentally what he struggled with, was a sense of balance in his life.
Light of happiness around the corner. In 1901, Gustav met Alma Schindler, who was herself a talented musician and budding composer. He quickly fell in love with her and they engaged in a rapid courtship. And if I'm focusing a lot on Mahler's biography, it's because so much of Mahler's music is so personal, so introspective, that understanding his life seems essential if we want to understand his music.
You can't really separate the two. Isn't that... I would think that is true of most, if not all, great artists out there, that it's difficult to separate the artist from the work because the influences are there. You can't really escape them now, can you?
After meeting Alma, Mahler soon composed his famous Adagietto, which was later included in his Fifth Symphony. He is said to have sent it to Alma as a letter of love, no words, just music, which he knew she would understand.
That's a pretty Chad move, I must say. It's like, yes, darling, I'm going to write you a letter, but it's not going to have any words in it. Instead, I have composed an Adagietto for orchestra for you. Here it is. You've heard of people writing poems for loved ones. Perhaps even composing a song and singing it to someone they love. This man took the Giga Chad move and composed a movement for a symphony for his wife, or for his soon-to-be wife. As a man, I'm looking at him like, wow, I have, like, no riz compared to this man. He's composing a movement to a fucking symphony for his woman. And the rest of us are all here. It's just like, yeah, I bought you a flower. I got you some chocolate. He's just like, nah, watch this, lads. Goes off and composes a movement to a symphony. It's like, I yield, sir. I yield to you and your genius. I cannot compete with that. I mean, ladies in chat. Man comes along and he says, yes, I have composed a movement to a symphony for you. Or I have composed an entire symphony or a concerto or just, a piece of classical music for you. Strikes up the orchestra and just plays it, or, he's already recorded and everything. What do we think? Giga Chad move? Mega based? What do we think? Man does that for you. I would think that is like so Giga Chad. It's like, excuse me while I take off my clothes for you.
Scored for just harp and strings, this music is famously beautiful, and yet it is not the same kind of love as his third symphony. There is something sad, something vulnerable, something deeply mature in this music. A kind of subdued but deep welling emotion, which is impossible to describe and yet so perfectly captured by Mahler, which is perhaps why it's become one of his most popular movements. Gustav and Elmer married shortly afterwards in 1902.
Well, I mean, you put all that work, how can you say no to a marriage proposal from Gustav Mahler? It's like, here, darling, I wrote a movement to a symphony for you. You turn him down, you're just going to look like a bitch. You really are.
But Mahler insisted that there could only be one composer in the household, and that her role would be to support him. Although Alma obliged, this demand set the foundations for a difficult relationship. The summer of 1903 was a happy one, spent in their lakeside cottage at the Wörthersee. Gustav, Alma, and their first daughter, Maria. Alma writes, he often played with the child, dragging her all over, taking her in his arms, dancing and singing. He was so young back then and so unencumbered. And yet, Mahler would spend his mornings in his composing hut, working on two dark projects. The first was his Kindertotenlieder, songs on the death of children, settings of poetry by Friedrich Ruckert. Alma writes, I cannot understand how one can sing about the death of children if half an hour before one has hugged and kissed those who are cheerful and healthy. For heaven's sake, don't tempt fate.
That sort of goes back to the whole write the vision, make it plain. When it comes to prophecy. Yeah, this almost sounds like some strange form of like bipolar, bicameral neuroses that he's dealing with. It just, yeah. I mean, he didn't really do it in front of the children, but still, that's a bit disturbing. That, it's like you're so happy one minute, and then all of a sudden, you're in your shed and you're writing music about the death of children. That, yeah, I'd have to wonder if Mahler didn't have some form of bipolar disorder.
The other project was his Sixth Symphony, which Mahler himself called the Tragic Symphony. He would play this music to Alma on the piano.
Spoiler alert.
In the third movement, he describes the arrhythmic playing of two children staggering through the sand. Horrible. These children's voices become more and more tragic, and at the end there is one little voice whimpering. And then in the final movement of the tragic symphony, we hear the downfall of the hero, signified by the giant strikes of a hammer. As Mahler says, this hero receives 3 blows from fate, the third of which fells him like a tree. After showing the music to Alma, she says, "We both cried. We felt so deeply what this music meant."
Well, yeah, I mean, damn, that is depressing. But then again, that's, I don't know. Many great troubled artists. This is but a fraction of what they go through in their mind.
Well, that symphony wouldn't be performed for another few years. And actually, these next few years were some of Mahler's happiest. In 1904, Gustav and Alma did have a second child, Anna Mahler. And that same year, he wrote his strange 7th symphony. And then in 1906, Gustav had an extraordinary summer of productivity. Every summer, he would go to his lake cottage for a few months and focus purely on composing. But this summer, he had a stroke of intense inspiration. A vision that struck me by lightning. I only had to write it down, as if it had been dictated to me. Within only a few weeks, Mahler composed one of the largest scale symphonies that has ever been written. His 8th symphony. This is a symphony for orchestra, organ, double chorus, children's chorus, 8 vocal soloists, plus a series of eclectic instruments.
Yes, we're going to need 8 Pavarottis for this one, chat. That's what it's going to take. And then all of these other odd instruments. It calls it Symphony of the Thousand, but probably a more apt description would be Symphony of the Kitchen Sink, because it seems like he threw everything in the kitchen sink at it.
It quickly became known as the Symphony of 1,000, and that is no exaggeration. The Munich premiere needed 858 singers and 171 instrumentalists.
1,029 musicians! My God!
Mahler describes it, imagine that the universe begins to sound and ring out. These are no longer human
voices. Yeah, because you practically brought the entire universe in, man!
Voices, but rather planets and suns that are circling. The music is filled to the brim with incredible counterpoints, massive climaxes.
He has assembled an orchestra and chorus of a small moon.
Beautiful melodies and prayers of love. It is by far Mahler's most joyful symphony, and it's also another philosophical one. It's split into 2 movements. The first is set to a Latin prayer, Veni Creator Spiritus, and the second movement is set to the closing scenes of Goethe's Faust, where Faust is redeemed through love and through this idea of the eternal womanhood. What links this prayer and this text? The idea of a rejoicing kind of love, a love that can redeem mankind. It really is an extraordinary happy work which plays out on a universally large scale. If you ever get the chance to hear this live, then go.
Yes,
the 8th would
absolutely.
also turn out to be Mahler's most successful work, at least in his lifetime. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. In the same year that he wrote his 8th, the tragic 6th Symphony finally received its premiere. That solemn work with its wailing children and 3 blows of fate. And this first performance affected Mahler like none other. After conducting the performance, he was left totally shocked, sobbing, wringing his hands, and not in control of himself. No work, according to Alma, had touched him so much at the first hearing.
There are some people that they hear a great work of classical music and that's how it leaves them. They're just, they're just completely not in control of themselves. They have just been so emotionally moved by what they have just seen and heard that they have forgotten themselves. It's the same thing with opera. And it can be rather polarizing. There's some people that, they may have no knowledge, training, or anything like that in classical music or the opera, but they have a rather polarizing reaction to, or polarized rather, reaction to what it is that they are seeing and hearing. That they either love it or they hate it. Now, those that love it, they will always love it. That love is always there. If they hate it, well, they may learn to like it, but it will never become an intimate part of their soul like those who love it. Yo, narrator voice. Rockita, welcome in. Also interesting that Mahler's symphonic works, his symphonies, have premiered out of order, which I suppose is rather commonplace. Sometimes you finish up a symphony maybe a bit earlier or later than others. It's not a linear pathway. So it's something interesting that I've noticed about the works of Mahler.
And then, as if by prophetic fate, within one single summer, Mahler suffered 3 hammer blows to his own life. In the summer of 1907, he was driven out of his dream job in Vienna due to a hate campaign against him. Shortly afterwards, his 2 daughters became seriously ill with scarlet fever and diphtheria. After battling with this for 2 weeks, Maria, his eldest daughter, died from her sickness. Mahler's dark songs were coming true. And then, almost...
He had prophesied his own future. Why are you teaching us life lessons? Why not? I mean, if you wanted something else out of me as a content creator, you can go get that from just about anyone else. This is something that not many other people are talking about as VTubers, as content creators, so why not do something different?
Immediately after this, Mahler discovered that his heart was defective, with a condition that Alma called a virtual death sentence, the final hammer blow which would fell Mahler like a tree. This was a sea change in Mahler's life, the beginning of the end. Mahler began to work on a 9th symphony, except superstition had now crept into his life in a very real way. He started to believe in what he called the curse of the 9th. He noticed that many of the greatest symphonists since Beethoven had never made it past their 9th symphony. Beethoven, Schubert, Bruckner, Dvorak, all had died after their 9th symphonies.
That's quite true. Now, there is no 10th symphony of Beethoven. He had the 9th symphony, and that was considered his magnum opus. And he died shortly thereafter. He was, by that time, not a well man. And most of us may be familiar with the fact that Beethoven had quite terrible hearing problems. He was quite hard of hearing. By the time he conducted the orchestra for his 9th symphony, he was completely and totally deaf. He could not hear the very orchestra that he was conducting. And at one point he was actually out of sync with the orchestra and still conducting, even though they had played the last notes. And someone had to come up to the stage and sort of tap him on the shoulder to let him know, Maestro, you're finished. You can stop conducting now. And if you'll turn around, you'll see that, it was a hit. Everyone loved it.
And so, instead of writing a real Ninth Symphony, Gustav tried to trick fate by creating a ghost symphony, a symphonic song cycle set to texts based on ancient Chinese poetry called Das Lied von der Erde, the Song of the Earth. Even here, though, Mahler's thoughts were clearly troubled. He set songs such as the drinking song of Earth's sorrow, the solitary one in autumn, and the final song, Der Abschied, the farewell. We can see how Gustav might have resonated with this text. Fortune was not kind to me in this world. Where do I go? I go. I wander in the mountains. I seek peace for my lonely heart. Mahler spent these late years wandering himself, with disparate conducting work between Europe and the United States. And in this period of wandering, he finally set to work on his real Ninth Symphony.
You cannot trick fate like that. That is not how that works. Yes, experiencing it, that person truly values it. Yes.
This ninth has become recognized as a farewell to all that he had loved, and a farewell to the world.
Swan
it's a
song.
farewell to his own life, but also to music. The first movement starts with a strange rhythm, the palpitations of a faltering heart, and then a tender melody. Leonard Bernstein calls this movement a farewell to tonality, a reluctant letting go of the old Austrian way of music. And when you listen to this symphony, it's almost as if Mahler knew that this was the end of the line. Not only the end of his own life, but that he was the last of a Germanic symphonic lineage, one that had begun with Haydn and Mozart. It was the end of the Romantics, and it was all...
It's, that's sad too, because if I remember right, all of Mahler's children died, so he had no heirs, that is quite sad. Beethoven was the best, not gonna lie. Honestly, he was one of the titans. I would definitely put him up there, like top 3, top 2, but maybe tied for first with others.
Also the end of Austria, or at least Austria as he knew it. Within a few years, Europe would pass a point of no return, and the world that Mahler knew would die with it. The final movement of the ninth is particularly personal, as Bernstein...
And it would die so needlessly. In a world war that did not need to happen. And a second one after that. That was nothing, it was really a knock-on effect. The flower of their youth. Generations of people with so much potential. Lost. To pointless wars.
Bernstein says, Mahler ties things up not in a pretty bow, but in a fearful knot made out of his own nerves and sinews. We hear prayers, chorales, hymn tunes, and folk songs. The music rises in intense prayer, hoping desperately, but this prayer is given no answer. Instead, these desperate pleas are followed by moments of quiet, Zen-like acceptance. One lone man staring into the void of his own mortality.
I have to wonder if there's some sort of commonality to be had with the book of Job. You know, Job's talk of what I feared most has come to pass. And yet the quiet acceptance, almost an echo of, still I shall believe and trust in the Lord.
Mahler reaches out again with desperate intensity, but the music fails. It fades away at a terrifyingly slow pace, dying slowly into nothingness. And then silence. It is finished. As Bernstein says, never has music come so close to death. And yet, Mahler still had some strength left. In spite of his weakening heart, he continued to conduct concerts in Europe and New York, although his first season with the New York Philharmonic was a financial failure. And then, just before the premiere of his 8th Symphony, the one great symphonic success of his lifetime, Mahler discovered that his wife, Alma, was having an affair with a young architect, Walter Gropius. Mahler was devastated, but he continued to work. Now on a 10th Symphony, another intensely personal work, the first movement culminates in these chords of white-hot pain. And across the manuscript, he wrote the words, "You alone know what it means. Farewell, farewell, farewell. To live for you, to die for you. Almschi." Mahler was unable to complete that symphony. For him, the curse of the 9th was real, a barrier beyond which he could not pass without losing his life. He died in May 1911 in Vienna from a disease related to his heart. While his music enjoyed some performances after his death, it was banned during the Nazi era and fell into relative neglect. It's thanks to the efforts of conductors such as Bernstein, Barbaroli and Stokowski that we are more familiar with Mahler today, and that
truly great conductors, all three of them, especially these two. Barbarelli, I will admit I have not listened to a lot of the works that he has conducted, but Bernstein and Stokowski, absolutely amazing men, incredible artists in their own right. And it's thanks to a lot of their intrepid works that the art form that is classical music survives to this day because of their efforts. God bless them both. Just saying, if there were no world wars, we wouldn't develop Earth so fast. You know, I suppose there's a bit of a point in that, Rockito. It's like, I forget who it was. Perhaps it was Lenin who once said that sometimes years or decades can happen in a matter of days. In other words, trying to say that history tends to move in fits and starts.
he now regularly fills concert halls. As Mahler said, "Would that I could perform my symphonies for the first time 50 years after my death. Perhaps then they would be popular and beloved." This is yet another Mahlerian prophecy that thankfully has come true.
Indeed. And humanity is better for it. We are better for having this music in our lives, and having this as part of public knowledge. Well, we've been at this for about 2 hours, Chad. I think we'll stop here for now. Oh, they've got the video up. The unanswered question. Bernstein on Mahler. Yeah. Okay. I might take a look at it. This is nearly an hour long. We may have to do an entire video react segment just on Bernstein's lectures on Mahler. Yeah. Definitely. All right. Chat, give me a moment to... I'm going to take a quick restroom break here. Everyone, please get up and stretch. Hydrate, as I am. And we'll get into... let's play some Yakuza. Let's do that. But be right back. Alright, I'm back, chat. Had to run to the restroom really quick. Most of history was burned in the Alexandria Library. Yes, that, most history up to that time, many records were destroyed. And we've been fighting ever since to get it back. I regard such things as terrible crimes against humanity. Crimes against humanity, war crimes, in the worst possible sense. I am not one to throw around the possibility of the death penalty for just anything, but something like that, an assault upon the culture and the history of humanity, crimes like that are, I believe, worthy of the death penalty. Something to be used rather rarely and sparingly, but there are just some crimes that are so unspeakably horrendous, so shockingly indecent, that they are deserving of that. Being a bitch-ass knobhead, got it. Torture until death is mercy. I don't know if I would go that far. Torture at some point just brings out the barbarism and the worst in the people who are trying to administer justice. There's really no place for something like that. Anyway, welcome in, Britt. Good to see you. How are you? Let me get you a shout out while I'm at it. Need to get the habit of doing that for my gen mates. Yes, everybody. Our Besprit here. It's part of the same group that I'm in. That is Runic Sigils. When you realize most torturers in history were in fact doctors. Yeah, that's an uncomfortable bit of history that people don't like to talk about. Anyways, everybody please go follow Besprit. Support all of the content creators of Runic Sigils. Which, by the way, Brit, is because the doctors knew the location of vital organs and how to prolong the life of victims. Yes, or to cut it short. Anyways, Brit, I'm curious, did you ever decide on what rune or sigil you're representing? I know I'm supposed to be representing Fehu, which is supposed to represent wealth and prosperity. Case in point, the background that you see here, the lovely living room space at Castle Rexworth. Oh, right, ad time. I play games wrong sometimes. Yes, and you load up some of the most cursed characters in modifications to Resident Evil games. Anyway, let's see. Let me pull up Steam here. And one of the first games that pops up for me on Steam appears to be a visual novel called Pure Pero Princess. Looks like part isekai, part dating simulator. After a sudden and chance meeting with an otherworldly beauty, Toshio Kaname is whisked away to a magical world, the Kingdom of Perahim. There, he learns of a prophecy to decide Perahim's next king and must embark on a quest to recover 2 magic relics. And looks like you need to win the heart of the princess, who is quite well endowed. is great with much booba. Which, hey, that's never a bad thing. That's just more incentive to win the heart of the princess, isn't it? After this, I should follow you, Besprit. Indeed, Rockita. Please, everybody go follow Besprit. Follow everybody in Runic Sigils. Myself, and Besprit, and Scolomance, and Nakura Akamine, Digigoop. Who else have we added? Evo the Reaper as well, and Koi. We still need to get Charles set up for all of them, I've noticed. But yeah, anyways, please go follow everybody. We are going to be having a group debut fairly soon. I think it's just a matter of getting schedules lined up. I know that we are planning to do some sort of mock collab sometime within the next week or so. But yeah, look forward to all of that. In the meantime, I, of course, carry the watermark for Runic Sigils on my stream and over on my Twitter profile and everything. And yeah, we're here to support each other and help each other grow and form a community and a bit of a family. So yeah. Still figuring out which rune I'm representing. Thinking of going with the rune Manaz, since with a number of VTubers where you live among a lord, an undead, a slime, and evil incarnate, you have an egotistical bloke. You know what? That sounds perfect for you, Britt. I'm looking at your heart. Not my fault your boobs are in the way. Debutante. Yes. Yeah, she does look like quite the debutante. She's got this rather lovely, long flowing white dress with gold accents and beautiful long blonde hair that's, you know, got parts of it tied up and back and you know, looks like a princess. And I think, yeah, she's already quite well endowed. Only accentuated by the fact that I believe she's got a corset and, you know, long white gloves and just looks the part of a princess. So yeah, she's the one that you've got to win the heart of, and looks like also the queen or the princess's mum is part of the storyline too, and she's not bad looking. You know, you can tell whether a woman's going to stay fairly beautiful into her later years by just looking at her mum. And if the mum's still hot, then it's like, yeah, we're going to be all right. You read Japanese history? Some Japanese history. I've definitely seen the Bill Wirtz history of Japan, which is fairly historically accurate, summing up several thousand years worth of Japanese history in one 10-minute video. She may have to be added to the Best Brit Game Awards, where at year-end I might put up a list of characters to be given an award by vote. Such awards include MILF of the Year. Well then, let's see, I believe her name is Catleya in Pure Pira Pira Princess. Yeah, this is published by Kagoda Games. One of those studios that likes to translate and localize a lot of visual novels from Japan, including another one called this one's interesting. Broke Alchemist Emma's Debt Repayment Plan. A young alchemist suddenly has to repay a debt of 1 million gold after her mother goes missing. Turns out the mother had a debt with a bed but was unable to repay it due to unknown circumstances. Will Emma be able to repay this immense amount of money? Okay, yeah, that's going into the wish list. Not only that, but our alchemist Emma is quite quite a lovely fetching lady, yes. Anyway, enough about that. Let's play some Yakuza. I'm in the mood to play some Yakuza. No, it's one of those, yeah. Funny how the Japanese went from torturing people to being a cute and cool place. Well, you know. I suppose every country and every culture has a bit of their own dark history, even my own. But then again, a lot of those people who did the bad things are no longer with us. New generations are cognizant of the mistakes that their ancestors made. And I don't think it's quite fair to continue to hang all of that over the heads of the younger generations. It's best to just... At some point, you can keep holding on to the old grudges and old hatreds, which is only going to stir up more conflict and lead to further wars and more death and destruction that humanity does not need. Or at some point, you can just learn to sort of let go. Just let go of all of those grudges, all of that hate, and just try your best to move on. I wish to one day be as cool as the Japanese think Americans are. I don't know if they think of us as all that cool anymore, especially with the troublesome and nuisance-bringing tourists with their selfie sticks and camera phones and whatnot, trying to stream themselves, causing a bit of trouble, and yeah. But as cool as Jojo Siwa thinks she is, I don't know. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Yeah, I think Johnny Somali has done his fair share of damage, and before that, the Paul brothers. But enough about problematic individuals and public nuisances and scam artists. Let's play some games. That's not what I wanted to look at. Let's go into studio mode. Hang on. There we go. Yakuza 0. Ah, perfect. Let's see. Continue on with the latest. Ah, there we go. 27th of October. I believe we are in the home stretch of club management for Sunshine. Right, let's run the Cabaret Club. Let's prepare to open. Special training. Oh, yes. We need to get some of these girls leveled up. Let's see what this girl's made of. Majima-sama. Yeah, that sounds way too formal. You don't gotta use sama on my name. Very well, I understand, Majima. Oh, come on, at least use a san, Majima-san. Only joking. Oh, maybe it's the delivery, whatever. So today you're going to talk to me like I'm one of your customers. You got it? This training's quite serious. Understood, I'll do my best. My name is Chica. My pleasure to meet you. So polite, Chica-chan. Alright, let's do this. Let's start with some stuff you like. What are you into these days? Wait, Jojo Siwa's not dead by now. Somehow, for real. Have you seen Lil Tay thing? Rocky, I have no idea what you two are going on about. Do spend quite a bit of my time reading. Bookworm, eh? You have kind of an intellectual vibe going on. What sort of books do you read? So you've been reading since you were a kid, eh? That's some pretty classy entertainment. What sort of novels do you read? As one would expect from a woman. Romance novels, eh? That sounds like a perfect fit for you. You've got a great imagination, you can put yourself into these worlds. I mean, Jojo Siwa is still I don't even know who Jojo Siwa is, Rockita. So apparently not very relevant if even I haven't heard of him. Of course, that's just me. Oh dear. Well, there's no need to be so down on yourself. You're young still. You've got plenty of chances left. And you're pretty to boot, so give it time. One day you'll be like one of those girls in the romance novel cover. That's a spirit. I wonder if Chica-chan still has baggage from a relationship with Kanahara from Club Venus. Good, Rex, good. So I'm probably not missing much then. Anything else? You got something besides reading that you like, Chica-chan? She is the artsy, intellectual type. I rather like this one. You know what's amazing? You and I haven't got one molecule in common as far as interests go. Better to have at least a few differences. That way you learn things from your partner. And if you learn to like what your partner likes, you really start to expand your horizons. Well, of course I do. Yeah, stick with me. I'll push those horizons around like chumps. You best stay on your toes. So tell me more about yourself, Chica-chan. Well, you got anything you're good at? You're good at having shit sense of direction. Got it. Oh my. But then again, detours are nice, you know? I mean, it's not a problem if you enjoy the detours. Sometimes the shortest route's not the best route, you know? I mean, sometimes you're lost, but if you stop to look down at your feet, you'll see something you've never seen before. Could be pretty little flower or something. Like Mother Nature herself saying, don't worry, take that detour. So, keep getting lost, Chica-chan.
驚いた。真島さんったら顔に似合わず詩人ですね。すごいです。
Oh, despite appearances, eh? I see how it is. Right. How about you tell me something you don't like instead?
そうですね。下ネタや下世話の話はあんまり好きじゃないですね。
Don't like dirty jokes or dirty talk very much. Oh, fuck me. I mean, oops. Can't even imagine you laughing at a dirty joke.
私、この仕事誇りを持ってやってますけど。
Oh god, don't tell the one about the aristocrats.
下ネタを言うお客さんなんですよね。
Take pride in my work here. One thing I cannot stand is a customer who says dirty things. Well, I mean, you're working at night. All your customers are men. There's liquor involved. Don't think you can avoid dealing with some dirty minds. But if a customer feeds you a dirty line, how do you handle it?
そうですね。無視します。
I was just kidding, Rokita. You ignored it? Wait, that's not good. Outclassing. You don't like dirty talk, the best way to respond is with something classy.
よくわかんないですけど、どう対抗すればいいんですか？例えば。
Darling, you have to be the change in the world that you want to see. You know, talk about the arts or something.
下ネタを言うお客さんに対して突然絵画の話？それって私かなり変な女に思われちゃいますよ。
It's just crazy enough to work. Give it a try. Point is, you can steer the conversation in a different direction with a firm hand.
確かにそうですね。次は強引に話題を変えてみようと思います。
Yeah, good. That's the spirit. Alright. Let's stop there for now. Pretty good lesson. Not. Let's see, this one... Looks like they've all been, fairly maxed out in all of their... Alright then, let's see. Open for business. Club Moon area customers are critical and difficult. Alright, we'll give it our best.
いらっしゃいませ。お客様。
いらっしゃいま
ようこそサンデーごゆっくりどうぞ。
せ。いらっしゃい。
美人だな。
Gene. Use that term quite liberally.
おおきにね。
ようこそ ごゆっくり。
ようこそサンシャインへ。
Right, everyone's happy. Big smiles, everyone's happy. Bit of a slow start, though.
いらっしゃいませ。どうぞ。
楽しみましょう。
かわいいじゃないか。
お願いします。
Refill the ice. Bonus order. Excellent.
ご延長はいかがでしょう
Would you like to extend your session, sir?
か。ご延長ありがとうございます。
Nice. That's what we like to see. Stick around, have some more fun.
ようこそサンシャインへごゆっくり。
Hmm.
ようこそサンシャインへ。おおきにね、おきにね、おきにね。
ご延長はいかがでしょうか。ありがとうございました。
Oh, don't want to extend the session. All right, that's fine. What do we need? Guest class.
真島さんですね。
フィーバーするぜ。
嬉しいです。
素敵だよ。
いらっしゃいませ。
どうもどうも。
嬉しいな。
It's fever time.
いいよ。盛り上がるね。
お待ちしてました。おきにね。
だよな。
ありがとう。
フィーバーするぜ。
ありがとうございます。
こちら
An
に。
expensive gift.
ありがとうございます。お願いします。
盛り上がってきちゃったよ。
We need a towel.
嬉しいな。
ようこそサンシャインへ。どうぞこちら。
嬉しいです。嬉しいです。
素敵だよ。
サンシャインのよ
かわいい。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
今日は最高だ。最高や。
I always like this part of Yakuza 0. Club management and the business management. That's always fun.
ありがとうございます。お願いします。
Get an expensive gift. He's used that sort of thing. He's mega rich.
ご延長ありがとうございます。
No extension of the session. All right, well, that's okay. Yeah.
盛り上がってきちゃったよ。
お願いします。
今日は最高だ。
What do we need? A towel. You got it.
いらっしゃいませ。
ありがとうございます。
Wait a minute. Before I forget, chat, hang on. Forgot to update the Twitch settings to... Yakuza 0. There we go. All right.
かわいいよ。素敵だよ。
いらっしゃい。
面白いね
ありがとうございます。
こちらに。
Expensive gift for you, sir.
フィーバーするぜ。
おきにね。おきにね。
いらっしゃいませ。
また来ちゃったよ。今日は最高やな。かわいいな。
おきにね。
Expensive gift for you, sir.
おきにね。ようこそサンシャインへ。
全然じゃないか。
He wants Yuki. Very picky about that.
ありがとうございます。おきにね。
いらっしゃいませ。
楽しく行こうよ。
ありがとうございます。
Oh no. I don't think I's on the lineup. Damn it. She's not here tonight, so
おい、帰る。
ようこそサンシャインへ。ごゆっくり。
ありがとうございます。お願いします。
こちらになります。
ようこそ。ハイプだよ君。
ありがとうございます。
ビーバーするぜ。
嬉しいです。
It's got money flying everywhere. Not bad. Nearly $500,000 in food and drink sales. $444,000 US in profit for the night. That is a hell of a business. Approximately $500,000 every in an evening. That's yeah. More fans from the Club Moon area. Etsuko is notoriously reliable. Those who want conversation. Fill up the ice bucket. Okay. Crisis averted. Extension declined, but leaving very satisfied. Well, that's good. Guest class. Already? All right. Okay, that's something. We've got fever time going. They weren't very happy before, but... Oh no. Bonyo. Swap the ashtray. No, 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 I don't know. Mash the buttons too many times. Okay, that left them feeling happy. Good. A gift for the trouble. God, already. Swap the ash. Check already. We need a menu. Session extended. Fantastic. Yuki is a bit preoccupied at the moment, so you get Execo. Alright, not bad. This one I think is going to be a bit of a slower climb. You reach 2,000 fans from the Club Moon area. One step closer to the boss of the 5 stars, then Tsukiyama. He's the only member of the 5 stars remaining. Got to keep our guard up, for sure. Maybe we should take a trip down to Club Moon when you have the time. I agree. Give us the word. Let's go check out Club Moon. We're coming too. Yuki-chan. Ai-chan. This is the final cabaret club for us, Majima-san. I can't sit by and let you handle everything by yourself. I've always wanted to see what Club Moon is like. Please, let me go with you. Fine. But if it gets even a little dicey, I'm pulling you both out of there. You're gonna pull out, Ayo? So this is Tsukiyama's Club Moon. All the bells and whistles in a great location to boot. No wonder it's the 5 stars best club. Wow, it has such a regal feel. Practically blinded by how sparkly and bright it is. You should see how it sparkles on the inside. Yeah? You don't say. Wait, who the hell are you? Oh, quite a cutie. Can we help you? Yuki-chan, don't you know who she is? Ai-chan, you know her. Of course. People say she's Sotenbody's best hostess. She's Club Moon's Mana-chan. She is cute. Gotta give her that. Oh, Ai-chan, formerly of Club Mars. Thank you for that splendid introduction. Yeah, she's good, you can tell. Club Moon. Ai-chan, it's so good to see you. I heard you over at Club Sunshine now. You having fun over there? Yeah, it's a riot. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. So, Mana-chan, right? What's the angle sniffing around us like this? Oh, but aren't you the ones sniffing around? I mean, you did come to spy on us today, didn't you? Wait, how do you know that? Well, if you're here to spy on us, wouldn't you like a peek inside? I can give you the grand tour. Wait, what? You're just going to show us your club? Wouldn't Tsukiyama rain fire on you if you did that? Don't be silly. He won't get mad. To be honest, he asked me to do it. Say what? He told me you guys would come today around this time, so I should show you around. It's more or less what he said. How does he know all this? Tsukiyama-san's pretty amazing, you know. I heard he's got lots of ways to gather information. So he saw us coming a mile away. Oh, come on, isn't it cold out here? Let's all go inside the club. I'm okay with you. Yuki-chan, Ai-chan, we're going back. Huh? Really? You're leaving already? Why? Tsukiyama's already got us beat on the espionage angle. We're nowhere ready to beat Club Moon in the shape we're in. No way. Let's head back for now. We gotta get Club Sunshine in top shape, quick like. Sounds good to me. Yeah. I see. Sounds like a wise decision. Fair warning. It won't be easy to beat Tsukiyama-san. Easy's for chumps. Our club's going to be so amazing, even your jaw's going to hit the floor, Mana-san. You wait and see. Good luck. Oh, Sunshine, eh? Mana-san. Oh, Katemi-chan. How's Tsukiyama-san's favorite assistant doing? I'm well. And how are they? They seem like they're having a lot of fun. Like there's something exciting going on, you know? I see. You know, maybe you should try having more fun with this, like they do. I don't see the point. This is a business. Is that how you really feel? Oh, Sunshine. Goro Majima. Let's see how far you get. Cold as ice, that one. Let's see. We need to see about partnering up. With some more businesses in the Club Moon area. But first... Toughness light. There we go. Now, who is this? Oh, hold up a sec, will you? Ain't you that guy Majima who runs the Grand? Huh? Yeah, that's me. Thought so. How's it going? Making mad moolah? I do alright for myself. How about you? You really gonna ask that? Well, you're the one who brought it up, smart guy. Well, to tell you the truth, I got serious money problems. Yeah? Well, the Bank of Majima's closed, sorry. No. The trouble is, I got more cash than they can use. Say what? You earned all of that from tips. What are you, some sort of guitar maestro? Oh, this money's all mine. I hand it out to people who listen to me play. You're being for real right now. What else am I going to do? No matter how much I spend, can't get rid of it. Man, I wish I had his problem. I took it to a bank, but they said they ain't got enough room in the vault. Figured people would take some off my hands if I played them a song or two. Why not just skip the tunes and give it out? You got me there. I see why they call you the Lord of the Night. What's that got to do with anything? Are you really that rich? It feels more like you're yanking my chain. Oh, is my wealth that obvious? Well, I try not to flaunt it too much, but when you're the king, you're the utter bling. Probably a more muted style of tailoring with less sequins. Ain't no way to hide my high buller vibe. Actually, there is, but probably don't want to hear it. I hate to break it to you, look more like a cross between a lounge singer and a used car salesman. Seriously, the sleaze is oozing right off of you. What? Well, you're nothing like the type who shows up at my club and throws money around, that's for sure. Oh, yeah, thought you might say that. What, so you admit it? It's been stressing me out. I really am rolling in dough, but for whatever reason, people think I look like the human embodiment of a gutter. Well, if the shoe fits. What, are you trying to tell a sob story? It's not working. What I'm trying to do is find a way to show my wealth. That's when I heard the rumors about you, Majima-san, Sotenbodi's Lord of the Night. Last time I saw you on the street, guys and girls were falling all over themselves left and right to get in your good graces. Yeah, I don't exactly like all the attention. But you don't seem rich at all, Majima-san. What? I mean, sure, you look flashy on the outside, but it feels like an act to me. I can see the veneer peeling off. Hope I'm not offending you or anything. Guess you got some savvy after all. What? Never mind. Tell me. Why do you go stopping me on the street if you think I'm faking it? Yeah, about that, I was thinking maybe you and I could be friends. What? I want you to show me how to act rich. What makes you think I would do that? What's in it for me? For you? Yeah. You may have money coming out of your ears, but I've got to work to get paid. Time's money. Don't know what to say to that. Let me ask you then. What's the difference if you look rich or not? It's a huge difference. When you look rich, you can hit on girls without them screaming and running away. True and real. True and real. They might actually listen for a change. True-ish? Real-ish? Who knows? Maybe ladies will start trying to talk me into marrying them. I could build up a whole harem. It's not the way the law works, but, you do you, mate. So you're just another horn dog chasing tail after all. That's pretty damn pathetic. How the hell did you get rich in the first place? I don't understand this world sometimes. Well, when it comes to money, I got all the luck. Just seems to fall into my lap. It's like how girls fall into the laps of popular guys, I guess. No, you're just being a creeper. How about this, then? You help me earn some green, I'll be your pal. What? That ain't how it works. Friendship ought to be something you give away for free. Oh, now you're going to take the model high ground. Yeah, if you're that rich, you may as well buy a few friends. Huh. So friendship can be bought. As cynical as it sounds, yes. Alright. I'll buy you, Majima-san. How much? What will it take to make you for you to hang out with me? Yeah, your sleaze is making my skin crawl. If you got pockets that deep, just come to my club as a customer. Your club? If that ain't gonna fly, forget it. No cash, I walk. Oh, no. Not that I don't want to go. Just seems to have a hard time spending that much cash at a cabaret. Well, you really think so? You know, the Grand ain't some pop-up dive bar, pal. Those girls will have you paying through the nose. Oh, don't worry. I got the money. You know, I gotta say, I like that thing with the money shower before. Might give it a try myself one of these days. Oh, okay, now we can do the cash confetti. How about you invest in our fund? Then you'd be making money hand over fist. Fund? What's that? An investment fund. Me and other wealthy people around the country share info, and we take contributions from investors. The SEC would have a field day with this. We got the smarts to make the money work for us, so you can be sure it's going to pay dividends. Right, you Mr. Freaking Fancy Pants. Change the subject and you're a whole new man. Yeah, did it again, did I? My bad. Anything money-related, I run my mouth off. Us fat cats are like that. Still, ain't going to make any profit with loose change, yeah? I have to invest big. Yeah, of course. Anyway, talked enough for one day. Let's go over this some other time. Yeah, sure. You can usually find me around here. Come see me again if you're interested. Right, let's hear about this investment fund. Alright, take some time, so bear with me. If you get bored, feel free to start spacing out. Ain't gonna matter much either way. Yeah, if you say so. And that's pretty much how the system works. Interesting. So the money I put in goes to this real estate guy in Camarocho, eh? Yeah, that's right. And when that certain someone in Camarocho invests some cash, it comes to you head and Sotin body. That just sounds like... It just sounds like an informal banking system of money laundering. Of course, we take our cut first, so it's not the full amount. Investment pans out, though, you're sure to make a killing. That about sums it up. I think I get the picture. Here's a little cash injection from the fund. 10 million yen, just like that. Oh, hold up. That's a lot of dough. Well, first you got to get your business up and running. Use that money as a kickstart, and once you're flush, invest it back with us. If you just go wasting it, it won't last long. That'll be the end. We should have put it towards things that'll make you more money. Then you can play around once you got extra. That's the key to getting rich. True and real. True and real. Alright, can't say no to that. Right, getting back to things. Welcome to the investment fund. What will it be today? Nice. What else can we upgrade? Let's do that one. Sort of limited on what I can do with the slugger style. Let's see. Businesses. Oh, that's the end of the line. Another one we can partner up with. Nice. Oh! A new fishing rod. I think that's a new fishing rod. Stripe. Over 7,000 fans now. Perfect. $1,700 fans. That's excellent. Nicely done, Majima. Oh, another... These guys never quit. Silk cloth. Interesting. Basically strong as putting it mildly. Congratulations, Majima-san. We've reached 5,000 fans from the Club Moon area. Sure come a long way. But to compete at the same level as Tsukiyama-han, we're going to need to be even better. Majima-san, I want to learn to have a never-ending drive to be better like you. It's been a while, Club Sunshine. You look familiar. My name is Katomi. I'm Tsukiyama's assistant at Club Moon. Oh, that's right. You were here when the 5 stars showed up. How can I be of service, Katomi-chan? Tsukiyama directed me to pick you up, Majima-san. Pick me up? Where are you taking me? If you will just follow me, I think you'll see.
Yeah.
Majima-san, don't go. This has to be a trap. He's right. That pretty assistant lady can't tell you what to do.
Yeah.
No, I'm going. Don't do it. If you go, there's no telling what might happen to you. That's exactly why I've got to do it. Can't leave this to anyone else. Yuda-chan, Yuki-chan, you all take care of Sunshine till I get back. Majima-san, leave it to me. Be careful. I'm sure I'll have quite the story for you when I get back. Shall we then? Right. What? Here? This way. Tsukiyama-sama, I brought Majima-sama. Thank you, Kotami. Oh, Katomi-chan, Majima-san, great to see you. How have you been, Majima-san? I must say, the seating here is as uncomfortable as ever. Yo, Tsukiyama, what are you doing here at the Grand? What a tone to take with a customer. From what I hear, does that not make me your king? Say what? You see, I bought out the grand for tonight. That would make me your customer, does it not? Are you truly surprised? When you get to be a man of my stature, buying at a place like this is hardly uncommon. Alright, what's the point of all this then? Are you that desperate to have a drink with me? Please, your sense of humor is appalling. Drinking with you would be my idea of a nightmare come true. I simply wanted to pay my respects. What now? Thanks to you, only Club Moon remains out of the 5 stars. Not in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that a little upstart like Club Sunshine could grow so large so quickly. So I wanted to commend you on your achievements. You've certainly worked hard at it. You go through all the trouble of buying out my place, and then you talk down to me. That's pretty rich. Yes, alas, this is the end of the road for you, it seems. Club Sunshine, even Cabaret Grand. Both will meet their demise at my hands. Grand too. What the hell are you really after? Very well. I suppose if you've gotten this far, I can reveal that much to you. My true objective is to take down the Cabaret Grand. Oh, yeah, we're getting into this whole conversation of, before I kill you, Mr. Bond, I'm going to give you all the details of my master plan. Say what? Why on earth would you want to do that? I shall answer that question if somehow you defeat me. Regardless, I think I've had my fill of this cheap swill you serve. There's nothing worse for your health, you know. Until next time. Bye-bye. If you continue to oppose Tsukiyama-sama, I strongly advise that you prepare to face the consequences. The streets are dark when the moon is young. So that's what happened. Tsukiyama's going after Cabaret Grand. And that's why he organized the chokehold on all of Sotenbori's cabaret clubs. Who knows why, but that's the gist of it. But what about this thing his pretty assistant said? Dark streets, a new moon. It was very poetic. Yuki-chan, you're about as naive as they come. What do you mean I'm naive? I just don't know what I don't know. Well, I think I get it. When the streets are dark because the moon isn't out, we need to watch our backs. It was a threat, right? Ai-chan, where do you pick this kind of stuff up? Well, we've made it this far. All that's left to do now is take down Tsukiyama. Are you all ready to help me finish this? Of course. Try my best. Let's do this, Yuki-chan. Me too. I can work every day. But of course, I'll do whatever you need, Majima-kun. I owe you for taking me in, Majima-san. This is my opportunity to repay you. You guys are really something. All right, people. Club Sunshine's about to open for business, so let's go real big today. Let's see, prepare to open. Special training. Alright. Let's do some conversational training. Yes, I'll give it everything I got. Remember, you're gonna have to treat me like a regular customer here. Majima-san is a regular customer. Okay, I'm ready. Alright, here we go. So tell me something about yourself, Ai-chan. What do you do on your days off?
私、休みの日はですね、一人でブラブラお買い物したり、お家で映画見たりしてます。
なるほどな。
Alright, sounds like pretty normal girl stuff. Do you hang out with friends at all, though?
一人で過ごすのがほとんどですね。気楽ですし、私、一人で行動するのがあまり苦にならないタイプなんです。そうそう。あと、 美味しいご飯屋さんを発掘したりとかもしますね。私。
Sounds great. What kind of cuisine?
私はトルコ料理が好きですね。
Turkish food, interesting. That's not something you hear every day. Got a particular favorite?
ケバブって知ってます？まだ巷では流行ってないんですけど、私あれが大好きなんです。
Kebab wasn't very big anywhere back in the 80s except the Middle East. There's a kebab. Can't say I've had one, but if you say they're good, I'd try it.
そういう真島さんは休日どんなことされてるんですか？
え？ Me? Well, I'm working every day, so I don't remember what it's like to have time off.
毎日お疲れ様です。私、頑張ってる人見ると尊敬しちゃいます。
You make a compliment sound pretty sweet, Ai-chan.
本当ですか？真島さんがもっともっと元気にお仕事できるように私が癒してあげないとな。
I wouldn't mind that. Take care of me, eh? Don't go give me ideas.
そうだ、真島さんはもし私が彼女だったらどうやって癒してほしいですか？私、何でもしちゃいますよ。
Came right out with it, didn't she?
そうやな。
Huh? My girlfriend? Ah, let's see, what would I have you do for me? You know what, just be by my side. That's plenty good for me.
それじゃあ私、何もやることないじゃないですか。
Well, I wouldn't want you to feel like you had to.
でも私が彼女だったらもっと彼氏になんかしてあげたいけどな。
Damn it. Guessed wrong. You really like going the extra mile, eh? Right, let's get to know you better.
何が知りたいですか？なんでも教えちゃいますよ。
Got anything you're good at?
得意なことか。なんだろう。お仕事かな。
そうか。
Work? Well, you mean working at the cabaret club? God, which one should I go with? I'm glad to have a girl like you on board.
あ、今真島さんはお客さんなんですから支配人みたいなこと言っちゃダメですよ。
そうなの。
Oh, that's right. Sorry, forgot.
でも嬉しいな。これからもここで頑張っていきますね、真島さん。
ああ。
Yeah, we'll do that together.
それじゃあ。
Alright, let's change it up. Got any weaknesses?
苦手なことか。悪口とかですかね。
え？
What, you don't deal well with drama?
私、人の悪口を聞くのが好きじゃなくて、聞いてるだけで落ち込んじゃうんですよ。
なるほどな。
Yeah, I feel you there. No fun when someone else is the butt of a joke.
この業界、特にそういうの多いじゃないですか。たまになんでそんなこと言うんだろうって落ち込んじゃう時もあります。
Didn't realize a generally cheerful girl like you would ever think about that stuff, Ai-chan. You just gotta ignore the noise and stay positive. Drown it out, you'll be all laughs and smiles.
真島さん。ふふふ。真島さんってすごい前向きですね。私、なんかジーンとしちゃった。
Wouldn't do us any good to say that drama queens are trash. That makes us no better than the rest of them.
確かに私、人がどう思ってるかとか気にしすぎかもしれませんね。なんか楽になりました。ありがとうございます。
My pleasure, darling. Let the haters hate. In the end, no matter what people say about you, you are who you are. Let's keep that positive mindset, eh?
Hi.
Alright. Let's call it quits here. Pretty decent lesson. Let's see. Cast and duty. Some of these girls, they need a break. Put in cheek, huh? Hibiki. Koizumi. Kyoko. And Junko. All right, let's do this.
いらっしゃいませ。お客様。
いらっしゃいませ。
ようこそサンシャイン。ごゆっくりどうぞ。
盛り上がりましょう。
かわいいな。
いらっしゃいませ。
また来ちゃったよ。
楽しみましょう。
美人じゃないか。
いらっしゃいませ。
楽しくどうぞ。かわいい。
盛り上がりましょうか。
最高だよ。
お願いします。
Swap out the ashtray because apparently he smokes like a chimney.
いらっしゃいま
ありがとうございます。
行こうよ。かわいいな。
ようこそサンシャ
タイ
インへ。
プだよ君。
Yolanda.
ようこそサンシャイン。
また来
どうぞ。
たで。
申し訳あ
加減
りま
にせえ
せん。
サービスいたしますので。
よろしくお願いします。
ようこそ楽しくごゆっくりどうぞ。
嬉しいな。
ご延長はいかがありがとうございます。
Not extending the session. All right. Well, that's fine.
お待ちしておりま
か
した。
わいいやないか。
ようこ
お願いし
また来
ま
たで。
そご延長はいかが
延長で頼む。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
All right. Got an extension
す。
there.
ありがとうございます。嬉しいな。盛り上がりましょうか。
盛り上がってきちゃったよ。今日は最高や。
ビーバーするぜ。
ありがとうございます。嬉しいな。ありがとうございます。
Like half the tables.
ありがとうございます。
ご延長はいかが
延長で頼む。
ご延長ありがとうございます。
お願いします。
Guest
ゲスト
glass.
助かったわ。
ビーバーするぜ。
All right. There we go. Everyone's happy.
ありがとうございます。嬉しい。
盛り上がってきたわ。
ありがとうございます。
いいな。
ありがとうございます。
最高だ。
ありがとうございます。
今日は最高やな。
こちらになります。
Expensive gift for you, sir.
かわいいな。
お願いします。ありがとうございます。
こちらになります。ビーバーするぜ。 こちらになります。
Chica, take it away.
こちらになります。
Expensive gift for you, sir.
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。お待ちしてました。お願いします。
こちらになります。いらっしゃいます。ごゆっくり。
盛り上がっていきましょう。お願いします。
こちらに
Fever time.
いらっしゃいます。
楽しく行こうよ。
ありがとうございます。盛り上がりましょ
可愛いじゃないか。
いらっしゃいます。どうぞ。
う。嬉しい。お願いします。
おしぼり。
Towel, that's good.
盛り上がるね。
いらっしゃいませ。お願いします。
Guest glass.
フィーバーするぜ。
ありがとうございます。
楽しいよ。
お願いします。嬉しいです。
ご延長はいかがでしょう。
Give him a gift. There we go.
嬉しい。ありがとうございます。
Even with a big smile on his face.
フィーバーするぜ。
ありがとうございます。お待たせしました。ありがとうございます。
ご延長はいかがでしょう。ご延長ありがとうございます。
Eyes.
ありがとうございます。嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
こちらになります。
ありがとうございます。盛り上がりましょうか。
Swap you out with a different girl there. Yeah. I got him to crack a smile.
お願いします。
Goodness. It's over $750,000. Some of these girls are going to be maxing out soon. Yeah, S tier.
ありがとうございました。
Congratulations, Majima-san. We reached 10,000 fans from the Club Moon area. We've come a long, long way. Yeah, finally. Yep, we're finally going to go head to head. You're Mana-chan from Club Moon. She's a cutie. She's so cute. Hi, Club Sunshine. How's everyone doing? In another life, she'd be a VTuber. So, what brings Sotenbori's #1 girl here today? Oh, well, you probably know why I'm here. Got a challenge for you. Sukiyama-san said he was impressed. He said he didn't expect Club Sunshine to take down the 5 stars so fast. You're a bit ahead of schedule to go up against Club Moon. So he always knew we'd beat the other clubs, eh? Am I supposed to be impressed? Oh no, he said he was impressed by you. You're really amazing. Really? I can never tell if she's serious making fun of me. Well, whatever. Tell Sukiyama that overconfidence is going to come back and bite him in the arse. Sure, got it. Although I can't imagine Sukiyama-san ever losing. See you later. Good luck, Club Sunshine. Feel like we just got hit by a hurricane. Maybe that's the confidence that comes from being number one. I think that's just a personality. At any rate, this is the final battle. Let's make sure to sort out the staff lineup and get ready before we take up the challenge. Right, we are going to need all of our platinum hostesses for this. And a few gold tier. Okay. I think we are ready. All right. Club Moon, here we go. Manjima-san, it's been a while. It's only been a couple of minutes. This is the day, Tsukiyama. This is the day we end the 5 stars. Tut-tut, Manjima-san, your humor is ever in poor taste. To lose against a man like you is unfathomable. I don't care how perfect you think you are. Nobody's a winner or loser until they put it all on the line. You strive to pluck the moon from the night sky, but all you shall ever grasp is its reflection upon the water. Yeah, lovely poetry. Let's fight. Do try not to drown. So fancy. Shall we put an end to this charade, then? Are you ready, Majima-san? Of course. Ready, everyone? Yes. We'll show them what Club Sunshine is made of. I'll do my best. We'll go all out. Remember to relax and be yourself. I'll show you everything I learned at Club Mercury. For you, Majima-san, I'll do whatever it takes. Mana, ready to go? Totally. I'll show you what Sotenbodi's #1 girl can do. Alright, Club Sunshine. Let's be our brightest today. Yes. There we go. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Give a gift, okay. Do the best we can, but... Ladies glass, okay. So close, we're so close, we're so close. Come on, come on, come on. Skip all that. Alright, fever time. Let's do this. Guest class. Got it. Gracious send off. Where's Hibiki? Okay, session extended. Sorry, mate, you're just gonna have to make do. She's with another customer right now. Already. Make up some ground. Damn it. So slow to open up the options. Biki's busy right now. You're just gonna have to make do with another girl. Yes. Somehow, someway, we managed to win. Etsuko's maxed out. Still maintain S tier status. Wait, we won? Yes, we won! We won against Club Moon! We won! How could this happen? You did it, Majima-san. We only won because we played like a team. Thank you, all of you. Yeah. Congratulations, everyone from Club Sunshine. Really, congrats. I was really going all out and I still lost. Wow, can't believe it. We barely scraped by with everyone in our club against you alone, Mana-chan. You're kind of scary. Unacceptable. Simply unacceptable. I cannot lose. This cannot happen. Tsukiyama-san. I can't lose, not until I crush the grind. Tsukiyama, why are you so hung up on the grind? Fine. As the manager of the grind, I'll take you on myself. I've got no idea what your problem with the grind is, but go ahead, take it all out on me. You're mine, Majima. That's it then. Be bad with your fists, Tsukiyama. I don't need your consolation. I've been defeated. I lost. Alright, Tsukiyama, spill it. Why were you so obsessed on taking down certain body's cabaret club scene? You got something against the Grand too? Don't you think it's time to come clean? My true objective was to destroy Cabaret Grand, the place that killed my mother. Killed your mum? I grew up without a father, you see. My mother worked day after day, earning very little money in bars and clubs. She raised me with that money. It was by no means a life of luxury, but we were happy. But one day, my mother was fired. She was accused of stealing from the club. Of course, my mother swore on her life that she was innocent. She may have had money problems, but she was far too ethical to stoop so low as to steal. In the end, the club didn't believe a thing she said. Of course, she was blacklisted. No other club would hire a woman accused of theft. My mother's job search went nowhere. Her meager savings dwindled. At her wit's end, she took out a life insurance policy on herself and committed suicide. It's terrible. I found out later the real thief was a club employee who was in charge of the books. If only the club's management had investigated even a little deeper at the time. Or if they'd even considered my mother might not have been lying, she would not have had to die. And you're telling me that club was, yes, it was the Grand. The very place you manage. Of course, this was all before your time. The manager in charge then was a complete and utter fool. Still, my hatred for the Grand will never die as long as I live. That's why I couldn't lose until I had destroyed the Grand. That's why I put together the 5 stars. Mana-chan. Sukiyama-san. Mana. I'd like to offer you a drink. Excuse me. I can imagine how sad you were to lose your mother. And the people who ran the club were awful. They should have had their act together. But if you keep living for hate and revenge, the life your mother gave you will just go to waste. From now on, let's live a little. Let's laugh a little. Your mother would probably cry if she knew you went through life wearing all that pain on your face. Places like cabarets and cabaret clubs exist, so people have a place to be happy and to smile. Mana. But, look, I get wanting revenge for the past. It's only natural. But there's something you haven't noticed. Thanks to your 5 stars, lots of people lost their jobs, their money, or whatever. Their lives are screwed now. You're putting all kinds of people through the exact same hell you went through. Sure, I knew that going in, but it was all necessary. You see, that is precisely why cabarets and cabaret clubs exist. They are for times like that. Pain, sadness, regret. Everyone's got them, big or small. They've got to carry that shit around every day. Sometimes it's too heavy to carry around by yourself. Sometimes you want someone to talk to. Sometimes you just want a drink to forget. Ain't it our job to stand by someone like that? Help them enjoy a bit of time where they can forget all of that? You're carrying too much by yourself. What you need is Club Sunshine's finest to help you forget whatever it is you want to forget. What do you say, everyone? Of course. Certainly. You're right, Majima-san. Sukiyama-san. Let's all have a drink together. Come on. Majima-san. Mana. Sukiyama-san. Oi, Sukiyama! Pull yourself together! Majima-san. Don't try to speak. Someone call an ambulance. What the hell are you doing? Sukiyama-sama. No. No, it's just Sukiyama. Thank you for everything. Truly. It was only in the end that you became useless. Go to me. Aren't you on Sukiyama's side? Aren't you his assistant? Yes, I was his assistant. Until now. It's all in the past. If Sukiyama can't earn any more, then I have no further need of him. I was merely using Sukiyama as a revenue stream. Katomi-chan. Thinking on it now, the 5 stars were a joke. Hino, Kizuka, Mizumura, Kanehara, none of them had any business sense at all. Useless trash, all of them. I should have gotten rid of them a lot sooner. Are you conniving? Goro Majima, once I get rid of you, there won't be anyone left standing in my way. Listen up, boys. Dispose of Goro Majima and everyone else here. Kill them all. Please, wait. What is it now, Sukiyama? Begging for your life is so base. It's my life I'm begging for. Girls who have nothing to do with the 5 stars atrocities. Leave them out of this, at least. Sukiyama, you've gone soft. I'm begging you. Very well. You've been a useful shield for me until now, so I'll honor your final request. But in exchange, Goro Majima, owner of Club Sunshine, what? Come to the Grand. We will settle things there. I'll be waiting. You need to answer for interfering with my profits. I'll make you pay with your life. Oi! Oi! Majima-san. Sukiyama. You all right? Majima-san, I've no right to ask, but would you grant me one last favor? What is it? Please, help Kotami. I think she's really a good person underneath all of this. Sukiyama, please, pull her back from the brink. Make her see where she's gone astray, just as you did for me. You got it. I'll stop her. I'll give her a lesson she won't forget. Lurkies and joke, what do old gingerbread men use to help them walk? A candy cane. Welcome in, kawaii cuties. Majima-san, that's the spirit. Sukiyama, hang in there. Sukiyama's in a coma in critical condition. I see. Well, at least he's still alive. I can't believe Sukiyama's assistant Katomi was the mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yes. As long as she's still around, certain Body's entertainment district will be under a dark cloud. Manjima-san, are you going to the Grand? Yeah, I can't afford to let her make the Grand a personal hangout. I'd start to lose my other customers and I won't stand for that shit. Besides, I made a promise to Sukiyama. Yes. That's the kind of man you are, Majima-san. Majima-san, please, do this for me as well. For Club Sunshine and for the future of the Cabaret Club business. Please, defeat that madwoman. Of course. And please, come back alive. I hear you. 10 billion yen. Nice. And we've recruited Mana. Right, let's go settle this. I really don't have time to deal with him. Sukiyama's psycho secretary is holed up inside. Where is everyone? No staff, no waiters? Oi, assistant lady, whatever your name was, where are you? I've been waiting for you. I must admit, this place is beautiful. The interior shines and sparkles. The girls shine and sparkle. This place is full of bright, shiny dreams. For those who need to forget reality, I'm sure they can find no paradise greater than this. But for some, reality is inescapable. A comfortable house, a full plate of food, clothes that express one's personality. Only money buys those things. Money is everything. That's why I'm amassing my wealth. The more money you have, the more happiness you can buy. Or like the more pleasure you can buy. You see, that's why you have to die. You are standing between me and my happiness. You really think money's going to make you happy? Of course it will. How oblivious can you be? With money you can do anything, have anything, buy anything. My bodyguards are professional fighters and martial artists. Even men like this do whatever I want if I pay them enough. You are a sad little woman. What did you call me? I said if you think you can buy anything with money, you are truly a sad little woman. I know I'm not wrong. With you out of my way, all of Sotenbody's cabarets and cabaret clubs will be mine. It's time for you to make your exit, Goro Majima, soon to be former manager of Cabaret Grand. Show him what money can buy, boys. All right, lads, let's dance. Now, I any equipment whatsoever. What's this? Looks like he learned the Mad Dog style. How did you do that? Those were my elite bodyguards. Muscle you have to pay for ain't with a damn. Gotta imagine, what on earth are you? Now it's your turn. You're gonna get a real earful for all the shit you pulled. Don't come near me! I made it all the way here. I am so close. All of the money I funneled into Sotenbody's nightlife is going to be mine. Money is all that matters in this world. Kotami, stop it! Tsukiyama, you're okay. Well, I wouldn't say that. What are you doing here? Did you come to ridicule me? No, Kotami. I came to help you. Why? I shot you. I used you. Yes, you did. And that really hurt. What, the shooting or the using? Well, you've done so much for me over the years. More than enough to make up for the pain you're causing now. So yes, you may have used me, but that doesn't mean I don't still appreciate you. How? You're not making any sense. Oh, I get it. Money. You're here to help me, so you can ask me to share the profit later. How much do you want? That is not it, Kotami. I don't need money. All I want is you what? Let's start over, Kotami. We'll make amends for what we've done and begin again from scratch. Together. We can build a new club. It doesn't have to be big. This time we work for our customers, not for the money. Tsukiyama. What do you say? Let's make this the last of our sins. Please. Put down the gun. No! Tommy! I cannot return to your side, Tsukiyama-sama. Even now, I still know that money is all that matters to me. If I'd only had the money, my sister would still be alive. Money is everything. So that's it. That's why. That's never going to change. If you went into business with someone like me, I'd only get in your way. That's why. No, girl, that's not it. Tsukiyama-sama. Maybe in the next life I'll learn to believe in something besides money. If I could do that, would you let me be at your side again? Kotomi, stop! Goodbye. Stop, Kotomi! Huh? I'm still alive. Damn, that was close, lady. Majima-san, why? Just looking out for something more valuable than money. Something more... You fool. What the hell were you thinking? No matter how much money I could accumulate in my lifetime, I could never buy you back. Tsukiyama-sama. What? I get it now. You lost your sister when you were a kid. If we'd had the money to pay for her surgery, she'd still be alive today. From that day forward, I lived to make money. I believed it was the only way to achieve security and happiness. But I guess I was wrong about everything. Yeah, more than wrong. Straight up Bertie. You're right. Go to me. Shall we be going? Yes, Tsukiyama-sama. We'll turn ourselves in. We have many crimes to pay for. Right. Go set things straight. After you've paid your debts to society, I want you two to build the greatest damn club ever. You hear me? Yes. I'd like to build a place like Club Sunshine. The girls, the customers, the staff, everyone's always smiling there. Such cheerful, bright smiles. No wonder it's called sunshine. Go to me. I can't wait to live an honest life under that same sun, just like you. Majima-san, do you think I can do it? Yeah? No doubt. Like I tell these girls, a woman's strongest weapon is a smile, not her tears. You're right. Okay, it's almost go time. Is everyone ready? Wait, where's Majima-san? Oh, I'm so sorry I overslept. Hey, Yuki-chan, you alright? You want me to do your hair for you? I'd prefer that my hair didn't look like a pompadour with a seagull's nest in it, so no thank you. Wow. Worked 20 days in a row now. I think I'm starting to get a little tired. Come here, Saki-chan. I'll give you a massage. There we go. That's the spot, yeah? Oh, whoa. Hand check, Ibiki-chan. Let's not go there. Hey, guess what I made out front? A snowman with Goro-kun's face on it. What? Wasn't even snowing today, was it? How on earth did you manage that? Oh. Mana-san, don't tell me you used the ice from the ice machine. Oh, good guess, Chica-chan, yeah. You know, when I was looking at the ice, I suddenly had this urge to create something. Sorry I'm late. I'm back. Majima-san, thank goodness you're just in time. There's a horde of customers waiting by the door. You all ready to do this? Yes, I think so. Let's make today another great one. We'll do our best, Majima-san. Let's go. Okay. All right. Gather round, everyone. We all here, then? All right. Today we're going to knock it out of the park with every guest, yeah? Of course. The usual, then? Yeah. All right, here we go. Nods all around. 1, 2, sunshine! We've unlocked the legendary fighting style Mad Dog of Shimano. Press Y on the pause menu's top screen to switch to the Mad Dog of Shimano style. Oh. Nice. All right, I think that wraps up all of the club management. So, I think for now we're going to take a break from Yakuza. I was thinking about switching over to Yakuza Kiwami 2, but I think I want to take a break from Yakuza altogether. I want to make up for the lost progress on Deus Ex Revision, everyone. So let's switch over to that. Let me get that opened. Let's see, display, full screen off. go to game capture, Deus Ex Revision, and alright, here we go.
Destroyed. 3 left.
Let's get these bots on the move. Get moving, you stupid things. Plenty of extra lambs. Alright. This shouldn't take long to get caught up.
Acquired.
Guess we just let them fight it out. There we go. 2 against 1. Key to the underground tunnels. And the comm gate.
last of them. The base is no longer under lockdown. Maybe someone in the communications building can put you in touch with Savage. I'm gonna leave you for a bit. Believe it or not, Tong's in California. He sounds like he's in trouble.
Whoever's out there, watch yourself. This one's some kind of mess.
Distance. Lots of explosives around here. Scope out that tower. Just as I thought. Oh, shit. Damn it.
Enemy bot destroyed. 3 left. There goes another one. 2 left. Enemy down. One more bot and the scientists can open the security doors.
Ah. Equip. Equip. Damn it.
Enemy bot destroyed. 3 left. There goes another one. 2 left.
These things are so stupid. I mean, it's really simple. You just walk out and attack. Yes. That easy.
That's the last of them. Base is no longer under lockdown. Maybe someone in the communications building can put you in touch with Savage. I'm gonna leave you for a bit. Believe it or not, Tom's in California. Sounds like he's in trouble.
Target acquired.
That sniper in the tower. This camera's turned off.
I need to talk to Gary Savage.
How does it look out there? We got those bots.
You're outside, can't you tell?
But I guess we should have locked down the power grid, huh?
I took care of the enemy bots, but there might be a few snipers left. Be careful.
We think Dr. Savage and the others are in the control room in the second floor of the command building, but communications are down. The person we sent to find them hasn't reported back. We gave him our key to the control room.
I'll check it out if you want. How do I get there?
The trapdoor in the back room goes down to the utility tunnels, which connect to the command building. We had to send someone that way because of the shooting. Maybe he didn't make it through the radiation. I don't know. He had no protection. The only hazard suits are in the command building itself.
We were prepared for direct attack.
Clearly.
Majestic 12 stormed the main building. Savage could be dead.
You saved our asses. That was quite a battle. I think we're gonna make it. We're trying to open a line to the control room.
They kill us like insects.
Yeah, as you do if you're an evil paramilitary organization trying to take over the world.
It's all over. We still don't know how they disabled. I hope Dr. Savage is...
All these people murdered and what for? A few assembly modules.
Seems so pointless, doesn't it? Augmentation upgrade canister. Let's see, what can we upgrade? Let's upgrade that.
Savage. Get him to help you uplink data lists. The Milnet computers should be near the control room on the second floor of the command building.
Vincent Reynolds, assistant researcher. Last audio diary entry. MJ12 nailed us completely by surprise. I don't think there was a lot of love lost there, but no one really expected direct assault. Down in the tunnels, lost touch with Getty. Guess I got elected to go find out what was going on while everyone else deals with the attack. I'm at one of the terminals powering up. Note to self-login is Tunnel 01, password Omega 2A. Security grid has been deactivated. I hate these stupid hazmat suits. Almost impossible to punch a key without hitting 6 others. The recording ends. I only got one multi-tool. Well. All right then. All right, very good.
JC, I'm depending on you. When you find Savage, get him to help you uplink data lists. The Millnet computers should be able to control the second floor of the command building.
Sneaky snake. This is not going well for me. This is not going well at all.
JC, I'm depending on you. When you find Savage, get him to help you uplink data lists. The Millnet computers should be near the control room of the second floor of the command building.
Save here before anything else happens. That's what that does. Okay. Press forward. F9. frustrating. Yeah, blew my leg off. Save the game. There you are. Control room key. Oops. Wrong floor.
This is what we get for not having a militia.
All right. Yay, Deus Ex. Sunny, welcome in. Good to see you. Let me check multi-stream here. Okay. make sure I keep things on multi-stream to keep an eye on chat, everything. Those of you on YouTube or Twitter, I do apologize if I missed any messages.
I cannot survive much longer. Help me acquire MillNet access. I must attack. I must attack.
Sam Carter?
Mr. Carter.
Yep, they ran the old dog out.
You were dismissed?
All of us career types. They want cadets who've never been anywhere except UNATCO and the UNATCO Academy.
Easier to manage, I suppose.
Time to come out here and lend a hand. I knew what Savage was up against. I just didn't want to admit it.
It's an honor to have you with us, sir.
All right, enough bawling our eyes out. We've got work to do. I didn't want to admit that UNATCO could be corrupted, but finally, I had to leave.
Finally came to your senses, eh?
I guess it's not surprising to find a few crooks in a place protected by security procedures. The shadow of secrecy. It protects indiscriminately.
Yep.
Let's shoot the breeze later. Black programs are too far, if you want to know my opinion. The darkest shadows where guys like Page can operate invisibly, like parts of Area 51. Programs not even Congress can ask about.
Yeah.
There's a time and a place for security. The legislature has to stay vigilant. There will be abuses.
Expecting them to stay vigilant, I think you're asking too much.
That's
Sam.
where we have the advantage against Bob Page. We've learned his secrets, his first line of defense.
True.
Time for you to move out, Silver.
We saw the battle through the cameras. I can't believe you pulled it off.
You saved our lives. Dr. Savage would like to thank you.
This must be Dr. Savage, I presume.
I'm Dr. Savage. Thank you. We were close to surrendering when you landed.
J.C. Denton. I'm working with Morgan Everett of the Illuminati. He's developed a cure for the Grey Death, and we were hoping to get time on your UC to manufacture it.
Everett contacted me just before the attack. Naturally, we'll manufacture the cure. Once the computer's back up and we get a containment unit for the UC.
How close are you to being operational?
My daughter's on an expedition to the Ocean Lab right now to find a schematic for the containment vessel. But Lord knows when the computer will be back up. It was damaged during the attack.
I'll look at it. In addition to the UC, Everett and I need your connection to the MillNet.
Yes, he said something about an artificial intelligence. The Echelon system. Something called Icarus and Daedalus.
Another attack happening as we speak. I'll explain later.
Well, the main terminal is in the room at the top of the stairs. Log in G Savage, password Tiffany. I'll open the doors. I would say it's too dangerous. A lot of damaged equipment and hot power lines up there. But until the computers are up, the UC's just a box of bolts.
Right, good man.
It won't be easy getting back there.
We are going to need environmental resistance.
Just bring up the system for Savage. I'll route Daedalus through your info link. Don't worry, there's very little risk.
Oh! God! Oh! God!
Very little risk, my ass.
Just bring up the system for Savage. I'll route Daedalus through your info link. Don't worry, there's very little risk.
You liar. Lies, I tell you. Is there some way that we can... Oh shit. Lost both legs. Ugh. Save here again. Oh, that was close. Uplink Milnet.
I'm losing Daedalus. Yes. Hold on, something's... You forgot about the Aquinas protocol. I was listening to Daedalus all along, waiting. The AIs seem to be merging. And I have another surprise, Denton. Find Savage in the control room. I have an announcement. Something went wrong, JC. I'm looking into it.
Talk to Savage. We're expecting a communication from Bob Page.
Excellent. We're all here.
You aren't in a position to make any demands, Page.
On the contrary, my mission might have failed, but so did yours. I captured your daughter an hour ago.
Tiffany.
Oh dear.
She's been quite forthcoming. So you were hoping to find a containment unit in the Ocean Lab?
I demand to see my daughter immediately.
Well, like you, we lack certain components of a universal constructor. The reaction modules you stole when you left Area 51 to go into business for yourself.
Don't negotiate.
Oh yes, Mr. Denton. I wanted you here for a reason. Look at me. You interfere in any way, I will kill that young woman. I mean it. I want those components, Savage. You will bring them to the abandoned gas station west of Vandenberg in exactly 1 hour.
You hurt my daughter, and I swear to God.
Bring me the reaction modules.
I don't think we have a choice. I should have never let her go.
Page will resume production of the Plague if he gets the components to build a UC.
I know. But I can't let them kill Tiffany.
Tell them you're sending someone with the components. I'll have my pilot drop me off where they're holding your daughter. Maybe I can rescue her.
That's too risky.
We don't have a choice. Trust me, she'll be fine.
Yes, we've got to try it. Just don't let anything happen to her. Mr. Denton, thank you. Here's a photograph so that you can identify her.
Excellent.
Something unexpected happened when I brought up the computer.
Yes?
The AIs joined together into an entity called Helios. A trap Page had laid.
He's always controlled communications. We can't challenge him there.
I hope you keep the UC on a local network.
The Aquinas protocol leaves us no choice but to stay offline. You simply can't use Internet 3 without a machine at Area 51 knowing about it. I don't know what Everett was expecting to accomplish.
I guess it backfired, whatever his plans were.
JC, if you find my daughter, tell her I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to risk her life. I've lost so many of my people.
Tiffany is the last of Gary's family.
Tiffany is Gary's only child.
No pressure, right?
You think I'm doing the right thing? Going after Savage's daughter?
Absolutely. Never negotiate with a terrorist.
Tiffany could lose her life.
Never negotiate. You will only encourage more acts of terror. Besides, you're gonna bring Tiffany back alive.
Yes, sir. I'll do what I can to get her back. Know much about the Echelon system?
Bits and pieces. Why?
Morgan Everett just had me connect two Echelon AIs together. They've merged to form an entity called Helios.
Sounds like Everett was making a play for power, and it backfired.
Yeah.
What does that do for Majestic 12?
I'm not sure. UNATCO was aware that the dataless system had become unreliable, but no one knew why. Icarus was the same system with a few modifications.
Page seemed to think he had won.
Perhaps. The NSA's had the internet hardwired through Area 51 since the 30s. But if components of Daedalus are still active, I would bet his control is less than absolute.
I hope you're right. Thanks.
I know you can pull off the rescue.
You do just that.
You won't believe this, but I have Tom with me. He looks pretty sick. Savage has promised to get him some medical attention. Meet us at the base entrance to the northeast.
Base entrance to the northeast. Got it. There they are.
JC, hello?
What's wrong?
An error. One of the experiments. I have the Grey Death.
He flew into San Jose and had no way to get here.
I am not a high-order term in the equation anymore. Do not concern yourselves with me.
You aren't dead yet, Tong. Savage will take care of you.
I'm here for selfish reasons. To have access to the cure.
Let's just hope we're able to manufacture it. Savage's daughter failed to get the parts he needs for the UC. She's being held prisoner by Majestic 12.
We should get moving. Tony Mares is on the way to help Tom.
By all means, go. You don't have time to stand around on account of me.
Hop in, JC.
All right, off we go. Now we are in Central California, abandoned gas station. Save our game. Is there anything we can upgrade? 35, 38. Let's see. How do we want to do this, chat?
I'm gonna stay back until you have Tiffany. Then I'll touch down in the junkyard to the south. Try to make a silent approach. If the guards think it's a raid, they might decide to kill Savage's daughter.
Yes.
Father sent me. You all right?
They caught me at the submarine base trying to steal one of their mini-subs.
Do you really think there's a containment unit in the ocean lab?
All we need's a schematic, as long as the main computer isn't waterlogged.
We'll talk about that later. Come on, let's go.
I'm not going back to that base. You want to check it out? Great. Here's a map that shows a back way into the sub-base.
I'll check it out. First, let's get you out of here. Wait here while I deal with the guards.
Right.
I wonder if he does at all. There's that. Heal up a leg. have any... Okay, I do have some explosive ammo. Let's light this up. Nice. Right, let's see. I think we've got a clear enough path. No key. Interesting. Alright, let's get back to Tiffany and get out of here. Sorry, doggos.
I'm ready.
Make a break for the helicopter. It's in the junkyard.
Got it. Are you sure it's safe?
Yes, move. Jesus.
Good, you both made it. Dr. Savage will be relieved.
Can you take her back to Vandenberg while I check out the submarine base? I'm gonna make another try to reach the Ocean Labs UC.
Sure, I'll drop you off on the way.
All right. Job well done, Sharp. We did it.
Remember, this is how Tiffany was captured. You need to steal a mini-sub to get to the Ocean Lab. The base is a series of interconnected modules, with the subs in the modules submerged just offshore.
All right, fair enough. Let's save. And dinner bell has rung for me, chat, so we're going to have to get the rest of this on... Actually, not Thursday, because we're going to be playing Left 4 Dead 2 with Elijah Knightley. So, on that note, we're going to end stream on YouTube and on Twitter. And here on the Twitch side of things, we're going to find someone to raid. I think I've got a good idea. Of who I could send you to. Actually, I've got a few ideas. You know what? I'm going to go raid Scullermance. So that's what we'll do. Currently playing Monster Hunter World. Alright, everyone. Schedule will be dropping later tonight. We'll be back on Tuesday night for election night coverage in the US. And then Thursday we'll be back with Left 4 Dead 2 with Elijah Knightley. Friday I think we'll be doing some more Railroader with... Audrey and Razor. Saturday, going to have a collab with Miyu. Going to be playing some Monopoly. And still need to corral a few players for that. But yeah, look forward to all of that, everyone. Have yourselves a lovely evening and a great week ahead. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best and God bless.